Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, our ongoing D&D campaign. We are on episode 10 today. Crazy. So I hope everybody is ready for some exciting stuff to happen, because we finished last episode with a little lore teaser, cliffhanger as per usual, and I'm excited to see where things head today. A couple of quick announcements. First of all, although donation rewards are turned off for today because of the campaign, our ongoing fundraiser is still active. If you look up the top, we are now at 44.59% of our goal. That's over $500 out of $1,200, and those are going to, that money is going to cover moving costs for my boyfriend and I to Nebraska. So it's going toward a good cause. Plus, if we hit our goal, we're going to be doing a 24-hour maid stream, 12-hour bikini stream, and getting a commission of Rex for fun. So, that is going on. I would like to remind everybody, of course, that the music that you're listening to currently and the music from before the session, as well as a couple of pieces that you'll hear during the session, are courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music. You can find them through the links in the chat right now, or you can check them out at Tabletop RPG Music on YouTube and on Patreon. Please show them some love. They make fantastic music. Other things... merch. We have merch. Still working on updating the merch store with new merch items. I've just been bogged down with a lot of other things on my plate at the moment, but hopefully I'll have time to get to that soon. Goodness, let me think. What else?
On the subject of merch, I've been continuing work on the banner stuff. So I should have some new images to send your way pretty soon.
Fabulous. So we may be getting some updated merch in the store very soon. There's currently only 2 items in the store that are related to Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. We have the Delicious and Devilish from our famous quote during one of the sessions. And we also have the Angel of War print, which is available on mugs, cups, whatever you like, shirts if you'd like. Thank you, Gur. Don't forget the Discord, which is where we all hang out and where we host the D&D campaign. So, yeah, I think that about covers it, honestly, for announcements. So fabulous. Now we can just hang out. Hello, Gur. Alright. I think I've got everything done. I was looking at the colors and fish customizing, like the price is like $84. Yeah, I mean, that's the price of a custom collar with real leather, you know? Good quality, it'll last you forever, but it's pricey. So, at the moment, we have Aelin and Kadra here. Hi, both of you.
Hi.
How's your week, man?
It's been alright.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. It's the price I'm willing to pay for the good stuff, so yeah, exactly.
Oh, the music thing.
Yes, the music thing. The Music Man.
I'm working on a song. I'll play the progression first, just so you can hear it without me singing over it. Also so that I can remember it. And then I'll sing it with the lyrics. That way you'll know what the hell I'm talking about. If I can find it.
Oh, Betker, good thought, good thought.
What do you say?
Oh, she said...
Oh, he, sorry.
She.
You're right, damn it! She.
There you go.
My apology.
She said that that she's gonna get the collar later, so she doesn't have to cut into her savings.
Again, sorry about that.
Slip of the tongue. It happens.
Indeed. I know I wrote them down. Where the heck did I put them? Let's check saved messages. There we are. Perfect. It was right there. Awesome. Okay. Is that too loud? Too quiet?
I think that sounds fine. Let me turn off the music really quick so that we don't have those overlapping.
Collection.
There we go.
Okay, so let me just make sure I've got this down. Okay, yeah, that's the first one, and then it goes. No. One minute, I must mute myself so that I can do this properly and not irritate everyone.
Oh, no worries. Let me know when you're ready. I'll turn the music back off. Just the association game, the one thing that's really hard to break. Yeah, well.
And I'm back.
I mean, I've got it down, Gar, but you know.
I didn't want to eat in everyone's ear, so.
Oh, knob. We don't want food ASMR today? Okay.
Y'all don't? I mean, I can do it again. I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah, and I'd do it again.
I'll add some yummy moaning. It's so good. I mean, there are videos out there that get pretty popular that do that. That was my VC surprise.
It sounds like pussy.
Food ASMR.
The Namis indeed, Gur. Okay. Oh, you got it? Okay.
So I'll play the piano bit just so you can hear it. I realized I was playing it an octave too high, and that's why it wasn't having the feel I wanted. All right, should I play or?
Yeah, music's off.
There we go. That's the general idea, and then that's the chords for the chorus, which goes a little like... Yeah. So baby, oh baby, please save me some time, 'cause I don't want to see you on my timeline. And it's, oh no, so it's... And you are just too good for anyone, oh anyone. And you, and truth is, everyone, oh everyone, is just too good for you. So baby, oh baby, please save me some time, 'cause I don't need you on my timeline. And then it's, no response is no response, 'cause it ain't speech. So here's a little lesson in common courtesy.
I like the progression.
Thanks.
It's very good.
Me too. It's a little hard to hear you just because the audio levels of piano and your voice were like the same level. But
Yeah. But that's not going to be in the
I
final
liked
version
it.
anyway. This is proof of concept.
Yeah, definitely seems like you've got a solid foundation going.
Sorry, I was distracted by food. What was that? Or distracted by questions about food. What was that?
Oh, long story short, solid foundation.
Yeah.
there
Enjoyed the
any-
progression, solid foundation. Like the only thing that Mario said was that it was difficult to hear your voice because it's the same level as the piano, but that's just because it's practice.
Yeah. The lyrics were. Could you hear the lyrics?
I could understand them. Yes. I've got nothing going on in the background, so.
The start of the song is literally the very first lyrics are, I know you looked, I know you read, if you can't be honest, block me instead.
Spicy.
Gur
says,
that's really good.
Gur says very nice and that she would like to hear the finished version.
Yeah. And then after that it goes right into, and you are just too good for anyone, oh anyone, when truth is everyone, oh everyone, is just too good for you. So please, oh baby, please save me some time, because I don't want to see you on my timeline. No response
yeah, I got that
no
bit,
response, because it ain't speech. Here's a lesson in common courtesy.
I like that. It's definitely touches a lot of modern people's feels.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was I was literally on Grindr when the first 4 lines just kind of slapped me in the face. I was like, oh, I need to start writing.
I love when that happens.
Yeah,
this is the month for inspiration. I finally broke free of my writer's block. Man, before last session, I was so hitting a fucking wall.
There's another thing I need to show you, actually. Because I had another, like, holy crap inspiration moment. A little bit of background. A while ago, I was thinking about, songs to write, and I was realizing that, there are a lot of Pride songs, but there isn't really, as far as I know, a Pride song for trans and intersex people. And I felt that there should be one,
Unless you count Transylvania by
fair.
But anyway.
So I decided to try my hand at it. If it sucks, it sucks, and that's on me. But I think it's going okay.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to hear it. Yeah.
I can show you a little snippet if you like.
Sure, we have time. We still have more than 15 minutes before we start the actual session.
I'm going to mute myself so that I can make sure I've got the chords and everything. And then I'll unmute and be like, okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. So, Rex, you mentioned that you had a pretty hard writer wall.
Oh, yeah, I had some serious fucking writer's block. It was, I felt personally that last session was a little bit sloppy, but also that was just my fatigue. Today I have energy. Today I have idea. It was so the wall that I hit was like I knew things that were gonna happen in the future, but I didn't know how to get there. I knew details that I peppered in, but not why they were there. Or like exactly, what caused these things to happen. It was just a bunch of ideas that felt scattered, and I have finally gotten the inspiration to weave that web together. So I finally have answers to questions, which is the big issue with writing,
able to shove all these ideas into a bottle, and you just like closed it and then you squeezed it out of one tube.
Yeah, I'm like, finally, the recipe fits together.
With my campaign, it's like I have like a splattering of like some ideas, and then there's like right now I'm on the precipice of like something that could happen, but I
Mhm.
don't know what. And like I have some general ideas, but nothing like really grabs me. So
Uh,
yeah, we'll see. Usually Sunday and Monday are my writing days.
Yeah.
So
Thursday is mine, and I was so frustrated on Thursday because I hit like that writer's block again. But then I called Jinx, and she helped me. Like, she helped ask some questions and get me kickstarted, get the engine running, and
yeah,
now I have a direction. So that's good.
awesome.
Also, I'm finally going to be able to start a plot thread that I've been meaning to do since the beginning of this campaign. Right, well, technically it's already started, but you guys have skimmed past the clues, and nothing was really like in big motion with it until now.
Oh.
It was always going on in the background, a little bit under the radar. But soon it is going to be on the radar. So.
That's curious. I'm wondering. So the possibility of like what I could think, what you're talking about, is more stuff with Tirokale, stuff about the mysterious person that helped Kalistari and his project, which I was assuming was the master, but there wasn't necessarily a solid connection that that's true. So those are like some minor details. Also, the thing that like Dulamon had talked about with these orbs, we have them now, and I feel like
There's
I'm
not
like,
an
what do we
orb.
do with them?
It's a crystal. It's
Okay,
not an
the
orb.
crystals. I always want to think that it is a red orb.
No, it looks like. Okay, do you know what rough malachite looks like?
I would need a picture.
It's like a twisty, almost velvety, fabric-looking crystal. Like it grows in threads. It has a shimmer to it. It's that, but it's red. That's what it looks like. It's not an orb.
Okay.
It's more like a long thing.
Yeah,
you know?
those things is probably like the other thing where I'm like, that could be something. Because oh my god. Nicomedes is like doing stuff with it, and technically so is
Nicomedes
Azrael.
is gone from that. Now he has other things to focus on.
Right.
Yes, one moment. There we go. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna try and sing it clearly, and we'll see if I can manage this. I'm going to actually set the piano to a channel and turn the volume down. There we go. Okay. Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, dance like the star you are. Show 'em who you really are. You've come so far. That's the main snippet. That's the hook, essentially.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
I like
it.
that.
And then after that, there's like supposed to be a part that comes before it, which is hold on, I actually sent it to the private chat a little bit ago, and it's actually not that one, not that one. Oh, there you are. It's your turn, show 'em what you're worth, that's for sure, don't hide your fur. So preference or gender, throw 'em in a blender, judgment, return to sender, shine out loud, don't hide your truth. Whatever you do, be you. And then it goes, Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, dance like the star you are. Show 'em who you really are, you've come so far.
Aw,
yeah,
that's so
that's nice.
good.
I like the lyrics.
That
I
puts
love
a
the
smile
lyrics. Yeah.
on my face. Yeah, I think a lot of people would like that.
Absolutely.
That one I think can be pretty good, and I like the chords that you have. I like your vocal tone when you're singing, and like those notes. So
yeah, this chord
stay in that area.
This chord here, I think, is honestly the part where it's like,
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Tourmaline. Thank you so much for the raid again. Oh my god. Mwah.
Hi.
oh shoot.
Can we get a
Welcome,
shout
people.
out for Tourmaline? You guys are just in time. We have 10 minutes until we start our D&D session. Thank you so much, Gur. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Some of you have probably been here before, because I know Tourmaline raided yesterday and a couple days ago as well. But hi, I'm the Grinning Gamer, your favorite furry fanboy, and today is our D&D night, episode 10 of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, our ongoing D&D campaign. So stick around. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to be diving in and figuring out what secrets the Cardinal Argi have uncovered underneath the city of Ostadosh. During our campaign, just so that viewers know, during our campaign, of course, we won't be able to pay much attention to chat. I may answer occasionally when we are in between story beats when there's a lull, but please don't expect me to be interactive. Just sit, chill, talk amongst yourselves in the chat. Use exclamation D20 or D100, D4 to roll dice if you would like. Yeah. And just have a fun time. Thank you again, Tourmaline.
Yes, thank you for bringing all the new fun people
Yes, thank you so
to
much for
listen
coming.
to us
Welcome.
play.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you like that song because I've been like obsessing over it, trying to get it just right. And so
I think it's
was
great.
really happy
I think
that
it's
you
going
guys
to turn
liked
out
it.
great, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited. We have 8 minutes left. I'm just going to ping Apusand and see if they're on the way. I know that Nethrisa is going to be late. She needed some decompression time, but that's okay. We're party split. We're starting with Cadre and Aelin anyway.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
And
I must go
I'm almost
grab
home.
some toilet paper as well as quickly figure out dinner so that I'm not doing that during the session.
Sound good?
Okay.
All right, back in a bit.
No
Yeah,
worries. No worries.
I left a little early, so I'm probably like 5 minutes from home.
Yeah, perfect. Let me get a quick thing set up because I think I don't have a YouTube command, but I should. I have it set to repeat on a timer. Everybody who's just joined in, by the way, all of you raiders out there, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them now. For the next 7 minutes or so, we are open to talk to you. You can ask questions about the campaign. I know most of you haven't seen it up until now, but not to worry, we have a repository of our old episodes. And anyway, today is only the second episode where we are back on the main story plot.
Yes.
Gur, I'm setting up the YouTube command right now.
It's actually a good time for probably new viewers to chime in, since we're kind of starting on a, like, I guess the next segment. Well, maybe not next segment, but, you know, finishing one story beat and going on to a new story beat. So.
Yep.
We're on chapter 35. I don't know. Like, how many chapters this would be.
We are so deep into this. We have been going for about 1.5 years at this point on this campaign.
Yeah. So sad that we didn't start streaming, but you know how most D&D groups kind of end up like that. You start playing, and then you end up really liking the campaign, and then you start streaming.
Yeah. That's I mean, that's how Critical Role started. Critical Role started in the middle of their campaign, but they already had a following because they would do like I don't know, like when that started, Vine was still a thing. Did they do Vines? They did Snapchats of like their home game. And you know, they're famous voice actors. So, like, of course, as soon as they hit the stage, there were like 1,000 people watching, and now there's millions. Meanwhile, I've got 12, but we'll get there one day. 5 more minutes. Are you excited, Aelin?
Oh my god, I've been thinking about this all week. I'm like,
So
what the
have
hell
I.
could it be? What could it be? What does this mean? What are those moon runes? Why is it here?
Isn't it
How are they
great?
connected to Alunair? Well, I feel like, okay, I kind of feel like with the muses and Alunair, that like, Alunair is like this big goddess, and then the muses are kind of like these. The best way I can think to describe it would be like demigods in a way that like beseeched her for a little help, you know? And so they cooperated together, you know, to build things. And my notes on the muses, like I was scouring my notes. I hardly have anything. Like I have Hasesh because I know it's like of the veil.
Because she's
But
connected to the
that's
moon, so
it.
of course Aelin would pay attention to that one.
Yeah.
I think that that's a good way to think of it. As demigods. No, maybe not necessarily demigods, more like lesser gods. Because the gods don't have a strict hierarchy, but there are obviously some that are more powerful than others.
Yeah, lesser gods.
Technically, Alunair is recognized in the pantheon as a lesser god, but only because her worship isn't as widespread, not necessarily because her power is less.
Yeah. All the Moon Elves have to say is, they don't know. They don't know.
Yeah.
She's strong, but y'all don't know.
Y'all just ain't
You
know
know
how
why?
strong she
Secret.
is.
It's like, you know why? Because it's a secret.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And you've mentioned her thing is more so the revelation of secrets, not necessarily like hoarding of secrets.
It's not creating secrets. It's not hoarding secrets and keeping them secret, but her power is in the revelation of them. So in their discovery, that is where she draws her power and exercises her power, which is why to the Moon Elves discovering secrets is so important. And also why secrets hold so much power, because like their revelation is a form of worship. So they hold on to secrets not because they want to keep things secret, but because unveiling a secret is a holy act and it should only be done to those who are deserving.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there are other deities, beings of power, who might revel in the creation of secrets, but those aren't necessarily good things. Wiping knowledge from the world can be done for good reasons in some cases, but most of the time it's a detriment.
Yes. Oh man. Do you remember when Nethrisa was thinking about like reviving what's his name? The god that like kinda destroyed the world.
Oh, what, Felis?
Felis.
I'm
there
going
was
to
like
be
a
a minute
brief
or two late, just so you know.
Okay.
I have dietary stuff. I have to make a protein shake.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
There's like a brief moment whenever Nethrisa was like, maybe we should try to bring him back, and then Aelin's like, no. No. And then ever since then, I feel like Aelin has successfully convinced Nethrisa not to, and realizes that it's a bad idea after she learned more about Felis.
Yeah, I mean, now that you know what he is, where he came from, that sort of thing, it's... Also, hello, Nethrisa.
hello. I don't really remember having an incline to bring him back. I think I was just curious.
There was a brief mention when Nathrisa was like, maybe we should bring him back.
The original discovery of Felis was with the information that it was him who put an end to the first Dragon's Blood War. You know?
Yes. And then I think Nathrisa... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. That's fine.
I think Nathrisa, like, had the idea of, like, using him... Well, not using him, but, like, him coming in a way to help, like, with the prejudice that the, High Elves bring. But I don't know. That was a long time ago.
I remember that she resonated with his mantra. But I don't...
yeah.
That which may harm... it was... Oh my god.
I've got it somewhere.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's that which may harm... Oh, no. I forgot what it's called. I forgot what it was. It was fucking badass.
That...
Hi. Thank you. What? Oh my god.
What is happening?
What was... I'm sorry, I'm panicking. Hold on. Wait. Thank you, Cozy Bunny. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the donation of $100.
Oh, shit. Damn.
Awesome.
I don't know
Thank
what to
you.
say. That's fucking amazing. I don't know why the recent tip isn't updating. It should update in a minute. But holy shit, thank you so much. You are amazing. Thank you for supporting the channel. On another day, I would show you the donation tier list. But since today is campaign day, that is turned off. But maybe show up to another stream and I'll let you redeem that reward. Holy heck. You're amazing. I love you. Thank you so much. Screams internally.
Hello.
Okay, right. The mantra, it was that which may harm must be changed, that which may not be changed must be destroyed. It is the combination of Surgaya and Evanes's mantras. Surgaya's being that which may harm must be changed, and Evanes's being that which may harm must be destroyed. And in the union of the two, the mother and the father, creating their first true-born child, it unionized their thoughts, their concepts into the singular. That which may harm must be changed, that which may not be changed must be destroyed.
So it's like you go and try to change people and convince them, like the High Elves, and then they don't change and delete.
Delete.
Oh, so before, let's see, before the game starts, I finally get to do my thing.
There we go.
Oh? What do you get to do?
I get to sound like this.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
What the fuck?
No!
Stop. No!
Hello.
That is cursed.
I was not prepared.
No one's prepared for the
Oh
devil
my
voice.
god. No.
Wow, no.
Stop.
I am now going to play Aelin like this.
No! Game cancelled, everybody. Game cancelled. Alright.
But I could also sound like this.
Fucking Christ. I can't.
The little
No! Stop.
Oh my
stop.
god, I wish Mako was here.
Oh, fuck it. I'm dying. Hi, song staff. We're just waiting for Cadre to get back. And then we're gonna
I'm
jump
playing
into the
with
session.
voices in the meantime.
Fucking Christ. I can't handle this.
You know what you sound like? You sound like the guy on Trivia
What?
Murder Party.
Oh.
Welcome to Jackbox Games. Are you ready to play a game?
Oh my god, it does. That's it. They just used this
you're
voice
going
changer.
to die.
Oh my god, they really just used this voice changer. for Jackbox. That's it. That's all they did.
Choose your
Friggin-
death.
Mm-hmm.
Friggin' amazing.
Okay. Okay.
But also, I was thinking about playing Aelin like this, actually.
Oh, that's not bad. It heightens the voice
Yeah.
just a little bit. Yeah. It does sound slightly like you're on helium.
Yeah, a little.
Does this kind of sound like Aelin?
It does, yeah.
I
But also
actually
she
kind
was,
of
like,
want to try to
14.
do this in character.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
So
No,
that
I
was
don't
a
mind
real
it there.
surprise.
Yeah,
was a
that
real
was
surprise.
fucking... I died for a moment.
I did not expect that by any stretch, and it was amazing. It was a journey.
And a roller
Mhm,
coaster of
mhm.
emotions. Too
It
bad
was
you
a
make a
rapid
miss it.
journey. It
Yes.
was a
Lots of ups and downs in a single moment. I've not seen
Ah.
Encanto yet, Songstaff. But I do
I want.
want to, yeah.
It's worth it. That's all I'll say.
I really want to. I've heard like lots of good things.
I've heard good things, and I've heard, like, funny things. I was, a couple of people in the Minecraft SMP that I'm in were watching it on Discord while they were playing. And it was hilarious because instead of using the Discord chat, one of them was using the in-game chat. So all I was saying was
jeez.
completely out of context commentary on, like, what the fuck? Like, why did... You can't hide like that? And I don't even remember what the hell they were saying. But it was just some, like, yelling at the movie through the text chat, and I had absolutely no context. So that was funny.
I got back into my room after heading out to visit friends for first game of the night. Come back to the room, and it's 66 degrees.
Oof.
Oh,
It's
Blanket
like,
time.
this is... Yeah, I just put on thermals. Like, this is... Thermals and a new cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, 66 is cold? Like, wait, are we talking?
Inside.
No.
Inside.
Inside.
oh.
In my room, it was 66 degrees.
Oh.
Can you send me the moon runes on the wall?
Ah, fuck, yes I can. I'm sorry. Knew I forgot something.
Just to look
I feel like
coldness.
I wrote it down, but I don't think I got it down properly.
Alright, so, some of the bullet points are, like, exposition in between, but, the ones in quotes are the actual moon runes. Is Kadra back yet?
No.
It's 10:38. We may start without him. 2 more minutes. There you go.
Cool.
Open up the roles channel because we're gonna need that. And
Absolutely.
I'll go ahead and... Oops, not that. There we go. That's not it either. I'm a dork. There we go. Yay! Don't mind me. So. A little bit of static coming for you, Apusand.
That's weird. Let me fix it.
Is there a particular should be listening?
At the moment, no. But I am going to send a track in a bit. I just have music on in the background. Celestial Memories by Tabletop RPG Music. It's a good tone for the start.
Bit.
But it's gonna change in like a minute anyway, because I'm starting at 10:40, whether we have Kadra here or not.
Oh my god, just reading these moon runes again makes me like, ah.
Good. Alright. It is 10:40, everyone.
Wait, sorry. At the very end, wasn't there a little bit more? Uh, as was commanded, we and the guardians of this place leave unto you gifts. In the darkest hour where flames would consume knowledge, take them and forgive us.
Did I not put that one in there?
Oh, you did. I just didn't copy it.
There you go. So, I am going to
Alright, I'm back.
pick that up. Oh, good, just in time. I'm about to start.
Excellent. Ooh, okay.
I would like everyone to roll initiative. No, I'm kidding.
Oh god.
You can put that on loop, everybody. Oh,
Oh God.
Ah.
that was crackly.
Oh, Cadre. Guess what?
What?
We're starting.
I know we're starting.
How are you?
Oh, fucking Christ.
What the hell?
All right.
Okay, I'm back to normal. Game phase.
Oh, do you have a voice changer now?
Yes.
So, getting into the game. If you wouldn't mind putting the song that I put in Groovy on loop. At the end of... Well, okay, let me back up a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, Episode 10, The Secrets That Lie Beneath. Last week's session, we left off with the Cardinal Argi splitting into two groups. Apusand and Nathrisa made their way towards the Vault of Minesh, where they were called for reasons as yet unknown. On the way, they were followed through the streets by the same mysterious robed figure that saved them from the anger of some of the Prequala on the previous day. When last we left off with them, the figure had unveiled themselves to reveal a very strange individual. Razvan, as he was called, appeared to be a half-breed, cheetah and high elf. A very rare and strange breed indeed. However, our focus at the moment is on Aelin and Cadre. We left Aelin and Cadre in the depths of the vault beneath the temple of Hasesh, the muse of the moon and veil. Having been called by Caridwin, Aelin and Cadre followed their patron down through the twisting halls of this ancient and rough-hewn vault until Aelin began to see, along the walls, moon runes, the sacred writing of her people, the Moon Elves. They warned that if she was here, that she had been chosen, and that they were sorry. Often does darkness obscure truth, but in this time it was our light that blinded the world. For the greater good, we left our memories when we left this place. But as the moonlight reveals all secrets, so too must this one day be unearthed. The lie does not lie buried here, but here rest the first steps. As was commanded, we and the guardians of this place leave unto you gifts, buried in the darkest hour when flames consumed knowledge where they would be forgotten. Take them, and forgive us. The final sight that Aelin witnessed as we left off, as she stepped into the room, was a pedestal uplifted in the middle of this vault. The walls, smooth basalt pillars with silvery metal lining the seams. In the center of this room, on a platform, rested a twisting small metallic cage of silvery mithril. The very same one depicted in her people's sacred art of the Tear of Alunair. As we come back in to this scene, Aelin, you are awestruck, your breath taken away by this sight as questions flood your mind about the moon runes in the hall, about this, why it's here, if it's the real thing, if it's a replica. Around this small platform, with its 16 petals that lifts slightly up off the floor before the pedestal in the center, you see about 5 figures clad in a silvery blue velvet knelt around this thing, and you can see various clasped hands in prayer, light blue skin to a pale white, all Moon Elven. And from the silvery markings on their cloaks, their velvet cloaks, you can tell that these are the Gwedenthil, the clerics of your order. They appear to be knelt in prayer. To either side, Caradwyn fans out to stand in a side of the room, kind of just observing. And as... name.
Fuinanan?
As Fuinanan, yes, steps in ahead of you, they step to the side to allow you passage through and give, like, a bow towards this relic on the pedestal in supplication, and then stand, their armor still sparkling ethereally in the light down here. Short blue spiky hair, lit by the crystals above that cascade light down into the room. What do you do?
Aelin's mouth is kind of agape, and she, like, kind of lightly puts her hand, like, up to cover her mouth, and she starts to walk forward with her other hand holding
Aelin,
her
is
holy
that what
symbol.
I think it is.
1 second.
Cadre would not recognize this. Cadre has never seen the actual depiction of the Tear of Alunair, and I'm not even sure if Aelin has mentioned it.
Let's see. You guys know about the giant moonstone that I have, and Aelin has called that the Tear of Alunair.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
No one but her in the party knows the real depiction of the Tear with its metallic cage.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And
I guess Cadre would. Well, instead, Cadre would ask, Aelin, what is that?
You are extremely quiet.
Aelin, what is that?
I think this is a gift from Alunair. Her tear. And I slowly start to walk forward.
Okay. As you speak, one of the figures, the one furthest from you on the opposite side, lifts their head, and you can see this long black hair with like a couple of silvery strands in it. They look up, and then they very gracefully rise from their position to their full height, almost as tall as you, Aelin. Cadre, it's very rare that you've seen other Moon Elves besides Aelin. Fuinanan, I believe, was the first. And so
Other.
the first other. It strikes you as they begin to move around this, just how fluid and graceful they are. It's almost like they glide silently around the pedestal, the velvet robes flowing behind them. You can see a male face, smooth, but older than you, Aelin. No lines on their face yet. You think probably in their 3rd century. Their eyes are deep black to match their hair. Their skin is pale white with just a tinge of blue. And they step up and incline their head to you gracefully. Lady Aelin. Welcome. We called as soon as we could.
Aelin gives a bow back.
You said that's A tier. Do you mean that's B tier?
Another clarification, this is just a metal cage. There is
Oh,
no
okay.
moonstone in it.
Gotcha. Then
Okay.
never mind.
So I don't see that either. Okay, I thought.
Yeah, it is. So if you
that
look
was-
at your picture, depicted with the tier of Alunair in it, your image, it has the metal
Yeah.
cage, and then it has the moonstone in it. This is just the metal cage.
Okay. Oh, so there's no moonstone.
There is no moonstone, no.
Ah. Okay, okay. Okay, so then let me just so Aelin gives like a bow first and kind of like puts a hand up to Cadre of just kind of saying like, hey, give me a moment to like take this all in.
He didn't actually end up saying anything, because if it was just the cage, then saying it was a tier, he wouldn't have thought anything else.
Okay. Also, you sound very choppy. You're like,
Let me fix that. Okay,
Sounds
is
like-
that better?
Yeah. And you
Okay.
also have a slight echo that's
There was a touch of reverb on it.
okay. So Aelin, then instead, like after he greets me and says like I got here as fast as I could, Aelin gives like a graceful bow, and it's sometimes like hard to notice the gracefulness that Aelin has with her like quirkiness, but there is still grace to her that you can definitely see now that she's kind of in this environment. Maybe seeing Aelin in a slightly different light. So she bows and then she says,
Thank you for coming as soon as you could.
Of course. We thought it best that you see. He gestures behind him smoothly toward the pedestal and steps out of the way. And as you now approached and actually step up onto the platform leading to the pedestal, you can see that in front of it, hovering slightly off of the stone and humming gently with a soft energy, is a white-blue rune. Instantly recognizable to you because it is your true name. It is not actually set into the stone. It hovers above it, almost ephemerally. Can I have you, as you step up, let me have you make a moon rune check for me.
23.
With a
Dang.
23, you focus, and almost as if a beam of moonlight descends from the ceiling, there's a soft tracing around the edges of the pedestal as you step closer that unveils further runes there, some of which you don't recognize. But you know they're moon runes, partly by the way that they seem to kind of fade into existence at your approach. The way that it's almost like a pressure in your eyes where they're seeing something that isn't properly there. It's a multitude of runes around this. You get the general gist of it, that the true name rune that hovers above now was not always there. That these other runes caused it to be here, that it appeared at some time. As if you might think the name would become apparent when you were chosen, like it wasn't predestined.
Aylin's just kind of looking around, and as she steps up to platform where the cage is set, she kind of will turn and look at the gentleman that greeted her, and she says,
So, I take it that you all can sense her presence here.
With great strength, Lady Aylin. We have taken great pains to verify. This is... He looks at it. As far as we can tell, genuine. We know not why it is here.
Do you know of Hasesh and her connection to Alunair?
We have taken time to learn as we were here. As is our way, when we stepped into the culture, learned as much as we could.
Aylin kind of gives a nod. Well, good. Then I think it makes sense why it would be here. Her temple lies under the lake as well. I feel like if there weren't Moon Elves that were once here, there were definitely old worshippers of the goddess.
There were certainly Moon Elves that were once here. The runes alone are proof of that. He gestures gently to the pedestal again.
oh, true. I was thinking moon runes are more like a Alunair thing, but it is a Moon Elf thing, right?
It is absolutely a Moon Elf thing.
Okay, then never mind. She wouldn't have said that.
But this, as he looks at the cage, it doesn't make sense that this is here. The tear is meant to be with us. From what we are told, it lies in the temple, in our capital. We've never seen it, but that is where it is meant to be. Unless he looks at it. Perhaps there was another?
Aylin closes her eyes and shakes her head. No. There are still secrets.
As she turns to look at him over her shoulder, and then, actually, will turn and face him.
There are secrets yet to be revealed that I think will soon come to light. during the darkest times, Eleanor's light reveals things when it is time.
Of course, Lady Marinan. Of this you can be certain. And a little smile comes over his face as you kind of remind him of the teachings.
Mm-hmm. And Aelin kind of smiles, and she says,
Eleanor has granted us a revelation of another secret of hers, and that I'm honored. And she kind of looks at it and will kind of close her eyes and bow towards the pedestal.
Around you, you can hear the muttering of the other four as they finish their prayers and, in tandem, rise and just begin to, like, file gliding practically past you down the steps of this platform and back out towards the door.
"Oh, before they leave, Aelin kind of gestures out.
Wait, I would actually like to ask something of not just you, but the others as well.
They pause and they turn towards you. I'm not going to describe each of them because they're side
that's
characters.
fine.
Yeah.
They're all like hooded and veiled and like faces obscured. So, Aelin, she says,
So, we are approaching a dark and dangerous time, and I know that you already do pray, but pray for her as well, not just us. I pray that even as a god fighting against an enemy, that we all need strength, including her, because no one should ever be alone while fighting. And even though she stands beside us, we shall also stand behind her in our prayers. And if you could pass that along to the others, I'd appreciate it.
and she kind of looks to like Fuinanan as well, kind of like, I want this to get out to the others.
Fuinanan is standing there in the corner looking up at you, clasping his holy symbol as he listens, and as you turn to him, he gives a nod. He stays there for now, because he was meant to escort you.
Oh, yes. Not like telling him to leave.
The others look curiously at you, but it does seem to resonate with them, and the man that you've been speaking to tucks some of the hair that had gotten in his face behind an ear gracefully, and nods again. Yes, Lady Marinan. We will keep Eleanor's light alive in our hearts, and ensure that we give her strength.
Aelin smiles, and then she turns around and looks at the cage, and before like reaching out and touching it, she says a prayer.
Alright. As you begin to pray, the man puts his hood back up, and in single file, almost like it's difficult with these velvet hoods over them to tell them apart. They look almost like copies of the same person. They just slowly and gracefully glide out of the room. You mutter to yourself a prayer, and then begin to reach towards the cage, and with your passive perception, you can see, as you reach towards it, there's these tiny, tiny filaments of mithril, like little wires that bind parts of the cage to the pillar. And at the approach of your hand, the rune flickers, and the little mithril strands begin to, with soft bell-like sounds, almost like chimes, unravel, releasing the cage. And you touch it, and there is a resonance to it, like a bell that's just been rung.
So Aelin holding this item in like reverence, she just kind of is awestruck and is just standing there looking at it.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
like what little mithril you've seen before. It shines beautifully, reflecting almost more light than is in the actual room.
Aelin, so right now there's Cardinal, Fuinanon, and Cadre.
Yes, in the immediate room. Although, so there are halls that branch off of this, 2 more.
Okay.
And you do hear movement down one of them. Nobody seems concerned by it.
Yeah. I just want to give a once-over, looking around like the walls of this room, to see if there is anything else that I'm missing, or if this room is kind of just solely dedicated to this platform.
It is not. As you glance around the room, and if you recall, I briefly described this in the last session. The furthest walls from the entrance, those 3, each of them has a depiction on it. It is flat stone with scrollwork murals, each of which are inlaid with silvery metal, just like the seams in between the walls. Each of these scenes appear to depict a figure, vaguely elven in nature, going through a series of combat motions. And as you observe these, the movement from the hall to your left gets louder, soft chiming, and from that hall emerges a procession of Djenah, of the Prequella tribe. You see 5 female figures, 1 at the lead, and 4 carrying what looks like a small ark of sorts. All of them are clothed very ephemerally, but in this silver kind of outfit that drapes down just past their breasts in a V, and then on their hips is a silvery belt that descends into layers of silken fabric all the way down to their feet. All of this is covered in little, like, silver coins in shapes of moons, and these are what jingle as they walk. All of them, their faces are covered in a veil that completely obscures their features, so you can just see the feathers in various colors of browns, whites, and some of them painted, a lot of them in blues and silvers. And they are reverently carrying on their shoulders this ark, the style of which is, unlike the stuff in this room, very, very ancient Djenah. Very much those, like, mandalas all over it.
So when you, like an arc, like, it's,
So, if you think of, like, the Ark of the Covenant, right? So there's a, rods on either side that go through the actual vessel, which is about the size of a chest, but very ornately decorated. And so 2 at the front are carrying these poles on their shoulders, and 2 at the back doing the same.
Okay.
And then 1 at the front leading. and they turn into the room and begin to head back up the passage out.
Wait, Aelin kind of calls out to them.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. What is that?
The one at the fore stops and steps out of the way so that the other four continue on walking. And they look curiously at you and then to Caradwyn, who nods. It is, we believe, a relic of Hasesh, or some form of her rituals. We intend to find out, but we must do so in a place where all of the priestesses of the Order can examine.
And is that kind of like the same hall where it seems like that this stuff is connected to Alunair?
So, you came down the main hall, right?
Right.
This was the first chamber that you encountered. It appears down those other two halls there are other chambers, but the Prequella are handling those. This was left to you because the Moon Elves identified your name on the pedestal and Moon Elven work, and so the Djenah have backed off to let you do your thing.
Okay. And so so in response to that.
Oh, well, I would be interested to hear the results of those rituals. I have somewhat of a connection to the Veil and Alunair. So I would like to hear whenever y'all are finished, if I may.
She looks to Caradwyn again, who kind of gives a look of assent. And then the woman, the priestess, turns back to you. If that is the wish of the matron, then we will keep you apprised of what we find. We must take care in examining these artifacts. Our ancient people were very protective. We do not know what kind of magics may be upon it, but our rituals should be enough to break through.
Of course. Thank you. I will let you get back to your work.
Thank you. And she kind of goes, not as graceful as the Moon Elves, it's more, kind of like a curtsy with like the feathers furl out, as she gives a bow and then falls into procession behind the ark now.
Okay. So then I will take the cage and step back down from the pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
And she is holding it like very delicately in both hands, and she kind of approaches Fuinanan.
Mm-hmm. Fuinanan stands at attention, and his eyes are reverently fixed on the artifact in your hands.
I can't believe that I have been chosen. And I hope I do everyone proud. Even you. Thank you for all of your work.
Lady Miranin, you have done us proud so far, and I would presume that Alunair would make no mistakes in electing her chosen. I'm sure that you will do fine.
There's like this expression of like, what's the word? Just kind of like self-doubt, like, am I really good enough? like I don't want to let everyone down. That kind of expression.
Yeah. And as you kind of look down at the ground, he reaches out and places a hand on your shoulder. You are not alone.
She takes a deep breath. Thank you. Yes, I know. Thank you. Do you want to touch it?
It was a gift for you. I can't presume to.
Here.
He kind of
She kind of
shakily
just
holds out
hold-
his hands and like takes a deep breath and steadies himself.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
you set it in his hands.
Mhm.
He kind of like gasps as he touches it, and there's like this expression, almost childlike, that lights up his face as he feels it, awestruck for a moment. It's beautiful.
Whenever she just kind of smiles and nods.
It is.
He holds it for another moment, just kind of like feeling it, and you can see him close his eyes and smile slightly as he feels the resonance in it. And then when he opens it, he carefully places it back into your hands.
I take it and then I say,
Here, let's go down this hall.
So just to be clear, there are the murals still in this room.
Oh,
sorry, I thought there was the hall with the depictions of elves and like combat.
Far end, 3 murals along the wall, then the 2 halls branching off, and then of course the one that leads back out. So you head over to the murals.
Mm-hmm.
The first one on the left. Well, first of all of these, as you approach, I would like you to go ahead and make a...
I make a Moon Elf check.
investigation check.
Can I do a Watcher's, like, knowledge thing?
Mm-hmm. You may.
Oh, wait, let's see. Yes, I'm doing a Watcher's knowledge.
Okay. How many points?
3.
3 points. Instantly recognizable to you, although it does take a moment to make the connections because the style of these depictions is very, very old. But similar methods are used to kind of write out and depict the maneuvers that you have learned over the course of your training. These appear to be instructions for techniques.
Oh, Aelin, her eyes kind of glisten as she, like, looks over them.
Further, with those 3 points, you would recognize amid all of the scroll work, carefully hidden, in what you now recognize as thin strands of mithril, filling the silvery depictions, there is a carefully hidden knowledge rune on each one.
Oh. That D4 was for Arcane Gate. It did not recharge. So Aelin will go up to these murals and place her hand on the knowledge runes.
And actually, before you do, there is one more thing of interest. While the reason why it took you a moment to make the connection at first was because the types of maneuvers depicted are unlike what you're used to. There's a certain feel to them that you can't quite place. a strangeness, not frightening, but a significant difference between like the techniques of your order and the techniques depicted here. But you step up and you put your hand on the first knowledge rune. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so as you touch it, you feel the rune's power flare beneath your hand, and the knowledge begins to flood your mind. I would like you to add to your sheet Walk Through Shadow, which is a new monk maneuver for you.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
I will describe this, but I will also send you the ability.
Ooh.
For 2 key points, as a bonus action on your turn, you may spend 2 key points and invoke your shadow form. Your material body melts away into astral form and you vanish from sight in a black mist. Until the start of your next turn, you are intangible and exist only partly on the border ethereal plane. Additionally, your base movement speed is increased to 120 feet. While in this form, you may pass through up to a foot of unenchanted non-living material, up to 6 inches of unenchanted stone, or up to an inch of metal other than gold or lead. All other typical rules of movement must be obeyed. In this form, you may not make attacks against creatures on the material plane unless your arms of the astral self are active, and you must spend a key point for each attack that you do make. These attacks will have advantage if you choose to do so.
Oh,
If you-
holy!
Pass within 20 feet of a creature, they may make a DC 18 perception check at disadvantage to detect your presence as slight ripples in the air denote your passage. Once you've used this ability, you must complete a short rest before you can do so again. It does only last for a round, but...
Oh my god.
there you are.
Holy cow.
You pull your hand away as the knowledge of this technique floods into you, and you're struck by its power, but also there's a bit of an uneasiness in you. Just slightly. Because of the nature of this. You're used to your order's ways being centered around light, moonlight, and sure, secrets and stealth, but this very clearly seems rooted in shadow. It doesn't feel unwelcome or corrupting, but it is strange to you. There are 2 more.
Aelin is kind of like
Mm-hmm.
there's like this expression where like she's Fuinanon's probably standing not too far from her. And she looks up at it, and Kadri, I mean, of course, is still in the room. And she touches the mural, and it probably just looks like she's touching it and examining it. But then there's like a pause and a kind of like a deep like inhale of like, and then she opens her eyes, and there's like a blink, 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 blink. Oh. And then she will walk on over to the next one.
The last thing that you notice before you step away is that the resonance that you felt when you first touched the mural seems to have left it now. The rune's power expended. You move to the next one, and you place your hand upon it, and that same resonance strikes you and begins to fill your mind with knowledge. You may add to your sheet Spirit Compression.
Whoa.
Once per turn, as a bonus action, you may redirect the flow of your ki, drawing your spirit together inside your body and pulling energy from other functions. You may spend and roll up to 2 hit die, taking half the result as pure damage. Restore a key point for each hit die spent.
Oh, that's cool. It's kind of like Cadre's thing.
Mhm.
Sacrifices spells. Well, he doesn't have that yet, but...
Yes, you're very quiet again. But yeah, it's emergency key points.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Ah, it's all good.
Cool. So I can sacrifice health up to 2 hit die,
Mhm.
and then I restore. Okay, just letting you know, I do have another thing where I can expend 2 key points, and I can roll a martial arts die, and I can heal.
Yeah, so you can transfer back and forth if you want, but it's kind of like a game of
Okay.
roulette.
Yeah, because it's
Because
only
you can roll high on the damage and
Mhm.
low on the healing, or the other way around.
Yeah,
you know.
it is a 2 for 2 essentially. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number rolled plus your proficiency bonus.
Mhm.
And then this one, that's cool though.
So you gain key points equal to the number of hit die spent.
Oh no.
Yes. It's you may roll up to 2 hit die, taking
Oh.
half the result as pure damage. Restore a key point for each hit die spent. So you can restore up to 2 key points at once, but the damage that you take is up to chance.
Oh, yeah. I'm on my character sheet. I'm writing this as when it's asking as like the source type, I have it like key Veil Guardian.
Yeah, that'll work. So, another thing to note, as you pull your hand back and the resonance leaves the mural, Fuinanon has kind of knelt down below you and is examining a strip of the mural down at the bottom. And as you look down, there is a moon rune down there, as well as scrawlings in mundane moon runes around them. And he's kind of like tracing his fingers across it.
I'm like,
Come on, boy. What'd you find? Show me.
So you kneel down to look at the rune?
yeah. So she kneels down and then she's like,
Wonder what this is.
It's one that I haven't seen before. Look. And he taps it. It's interesting. So the rune, its placement, in the center here actually overlaps a seam of these basalt columns that have been smoothed out, except while the seam continues further up, here, it's like the rock has been melded together around the rune. And you examine it. I'd like you to make a moon rune check for me.
Can Fuinanon give me guidance?
Fuinanon can give you advantage, as he helps.
Okay.
I will hum a tune to inspire him.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So, Cadre begins to hum under his breath a soft tune that, Cadre, you picked up a kind of fusion between Sun Elven and Moon Elven music. And you feel inspired, Aelin.
A 26.
I think that'll do.
Okay.
With a 26, the runes that surround this, they are not empowered moon runes, they are just the language of the moon runes, but they are offering a description of the rune. A full description of it that, with that check, would allow you to understand its function. Because as you know, moon runes have a meaning in writing, but they also have a deeper meaning. You have to fully understand them in order to use them and their power. That is what these are doing. It is describing the power within. And the rune that it is describing is known as Join and Rejoin.
Okay. Let's see. Join and Okay.
A different meaning than bind. You'll have to maybe experiment with it, but you get the concept, you get the understanding of it, that it brings things together that were apart. Looking at that seam, you can tell kind of what it does. The stone, both of it are the same components, and so
So it's like repair.
Yeah. Rejoin could be like repair, but also it could join things that were already separate that, like, for example, the stone grew in separate columns, but this rune joined them together.
So it's a crafting moon.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be more powerful than bind, too. Used for different things. More permanent.
Okay.
So both you and Fuinanon gain knowledge of this rune.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of like just sitting here, like going back and forth, about it, and, oh god, the language is Avalon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Avalon, so we're speaking Moon Elven to each other. As we're like, you see us both like crouched down, like fumbling over this, the wall.
Yeah. Eventually, you know, you get the understanding, and Kadra, you just kind of stand there and listen to the lilting language between them. It's very smooth and fluid. You've heard it before, but you don't understand it. So after this, there is one more mural.
All right. Aelin takes a breath and walks up to the next one.
You step up to the next one, and you place your hand on the center of the depiction where the knowledge rune rests. The resonance flows into you, and the knowledge fills you again. You may add to your sheet Memory's Shadow.
Oh.
Once per short rest, when you hit with an attack, you may choose to roll up to 2 additional martial arts die on the damage roll.
Oh.
Deal this extra damage to both yourself and the enemy as pure damage. A mote of shadowy energy is... One moment on that, Rilaku. A mote of shadowy energy is drawn out of both of you and the target creature and left to hover in the air. At the start of your next turn, you may make a contested saving throw of your choice against the creature that you hit. If your roll is higher than the opposing creature, you receive a random memory of theirs. However, if their roll is higher, they receive one of yours.
Oh,
if it
shit.
If it is a tie, neither of you receive a memory. Creatures that do not possess memories, such as constructs, produce no mote. If you or the target creature fall unconscious before you can make your contested roll, the mote vanishes.
So, what roll do they make?
I get to choose.
Get to choose a saving throw of her choice. Now, quick pause, because Rilaku, thank you so much for the donation. Oh my god, and congratulations on being the first to hit the 200. We'll talk about the commission later. Oh my god, everybody is beautifully generous today. I love all of you. Thank you so much, Rilaku. Now, we are diving back into the story, so sorry, not really interacting with chat, but I did want to give you that shout out.
Yes. Thank you for donating.
Yeah. Okay. So, continuing. As that knowledge floods into you.
Aelin? When you do that, Condre can do unlock on that. If you want.
Nice.
That he can.
Oh,
Ah.
very nice.
I love the synergy of this group.
Right? You need a thing that lets you get more reactions.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
All right. So Aelin kind of, examines this mural, touches it once more. And the knowledge is absorbed in.
Mhm.
And she says,
This is. Wow. Amazing.
Indeed. Still, with each one, there is that slight question in the back of your mind. A hint of uneasiness. All three of these seem rooted in shadow rather than light. And you're not certain what that means. Lost techniques of your order? But everything that you remember in your order really centers around light, moonlight, that sort of thing. So this is strange to you.
right, and Aelin has been wary of anything Cadre doing, with shadowy magic.
Mhm.
So, because she's thinking oh, it all comes from the Shadowfell. So after I touch the murals, and then on this last one, just making sure I've got everything,
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
after
That-
confirming that.
You glance around the room. That seems to be all. Fuinanon is still hovering over your shoulder, and he kind of traces his hand over the mural, feels that the resonance has left it, steps back, and looks satisfied that you've gained all the knowledge that was left for you.
Mhm.
Caradwin, seeing this, kind of pushes off the wall, folding her wings behind her. Well, you find what you needed from this place?
I think so. At least parts of it. There's still more to be discovered.
Oh, well, that's
But
the way of
it's
things.
not
Always
here.
more to be found. But, for the other two chambers, our people are handling that. It's a fragile time at the moment, and I think you understand that it's best that we leave the Djenah things in Djenah hands. You'll be informed of what we find, of course, but let us be the ones to handle it.
I understand, and I'll respect that. She kind of vows.
Thank you. Well, if there's anything you think is important to tell me from here, then speak now. Or you can find me later.
Who is this again?
This
Sorry.
is Caradwin. She is the Black Panther, Crow Wings, or Raven Wings rather, the Magpie, the Endless Matron, leader of the Lukthian tribe.
Wait, wasn't there something important we needed to tell her?
I'm trying to think right now. I mean, aside from the fact that Netheresa has been spied on this entire time, and they probably know about all our plans.
Oh, yeah, that we should mention that.
Aelin.
Aelin kind of puts a finger up, that little, yes.
Oh, I take
That-
it. Yeah.
Well, we have some unfortunate news. As I approach her.
Might as well get it out now. As she dusts off a bit of her fur, and steps up. So, what is it?
Well, I don't know if this is true or not, but I have a feeling that the attack, the recent attack, is because we had recently found out that we were being scried upon, tracked, then in a more powerful way than usual. So we feel like a lot of our plans are probably spoiled.
You
But I
think that the
don't-
cult was tracking you?
The leader of the cult, to be more precise.
One of two leaders.
Yes. I
There's
guess you
two.
can-
So not that woman.
There's the master, and there is. Oh God, are we being watched? Wait, I've got an amulet.
She like unfurls a wing, and one of the many runes that you see there scrawled upon it flashes, and there's a ripple out from her. And you remember she did this at the meeting. In particular, and as she folds her wing back in, and the air kind of settles, she says, "Well, there's no way that someone could have spied on us at the meeting. And there's no way that someone can spy on us right now. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Unless they're in the room right now.
Even if they had an anchor spell on an item one of us was attuned to?
It doesn't cut through this.
That's an impressive spell then. Alright, that's good news.
Spells using it loosely.
Well,
Okay.
we know that our movements, at least outside of the meeting room, were being probably heavily watched. So we have no idea what information has been leaked, but there has been.
We'll be
There's-
keeping that in mind, of course. It's...
Oh, during our journey, we have successfully gotten a step forward to unveiling the light tower.
That'll be good then.
And there are shadow elves in this island.
Shadowfae. Forward
Already.
parties, then. Of course, they'd send people
Yes.
ahead.
I turn to look at Fuinanan, which this was going to be your next objective.
Yes?
We already have a more solid idea of where the other stones are going to be, the other crystals. I think we need to dedicate our forces to hunting down any Shadowfae that are on this island and getting rid of them.
He straightens up, and kind of tousles his spiky blue hair. And you can see, like, he puts a hand on his chest on the shining armor. Yes, my lady. I'll inform our forces straight away. We will... Oh, hold on. Gotta get these names right. We will send the Siran ahead to scout, and if we find bands, then I'll send the rest, and we can perform some preemptive attacks.
Out of
Well-
character question. Aelin, are you using a voice changer to make your pitch higher?
When I'm talking as Aelin, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Yep. So,
Does it sound more Aelin?
I would say no.
I think it's just because we're not used to it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That might be it, yeah.
Okay. Well.
But we'll get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. I will let them know not to attack if they feel outnumbered or outclassed, of course, but if our forces think that they can take on small groups, then preemptive attacks will be good. We'll make sure to leave no survivors.
Yes, if there are any Shadowfae encampments or Cult of Noct encampments that might be here, But I think that should be a focus because the Shadow Fae are trying to hunt down the crystals as well. To whatever objective, I do not know.
That is worrying. Perhaps they're trying to interfere with our plans. I'll... have no worry, lady. I will make sure that their plans fail.
And the High Elven troops that had attacked the temple, where are some of their bodies? I would like to maybe take a look.
They'll be at the Temple of Minash. I believe that Apusand and Nathrisa had been called there.
Ah, then I guess they will take a look.
But Karen kind of nods her head. If you'd be wanting to see the bodies, then I can take you in that way, and you can meet up with your friends. Just thought it'd be important to show you this first.
Yes, I thank you for that.
Oh, a last thing though. Well, of course, it's good that we know now that you've been looked in on. I don't think that's the reason that the attack occurred. If it was, they'd have sent more people. And it seemed more like... Well, the exact details we'll go over later, but they were invisible. They were in the room with our people. They chose to attack when they unveiled the artifact.
I see.
If they were merely there to observe or to assassinate somebody, they'd have done it much sooner. Or much later.
Also, just wondering, have the Gwen and Deal, the clerics of my order, have they already checked on the injured woman? Or, sorry, I don't think they are she, I think, Janupri?
Yeah, Janupri, they're they. And, or Jay, rather. And they're, in the care of the Djenah at the moment. You didn't ask the clerics whether they'd seen them yet.
Okay.
Before they departed.
Then I asked for Inanon, if we can.
Oh, of course. I can send one of the Gwedenthul that way.
I nod.
Right. Well, then, seems your friend has things to be getting to, and I'll be showing you two to the others then, right?
Yes, to the Temple of Minash.
Very well. Follow me. And she spreads her wing, and the rune, which had been, like, glowing lightly, almost like the flickering of fire, stops, and the stillness of the air around you kind of recedes. She begins to lead the way back out. We will now put that music on a pause, as we change over.
And of course, I took away the cage.
Yes. Maybe we do this. Oh, God, that's loud. Yeah, it's still a little bit too loud, but... No, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Apusand and Nathrisa. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
That took a little bit, but we are now with you, and I'm gonna have you guys put on this music as the three of you have just crossed the threshold into the Temple of Minash. bearing along with you your new and very strange friend, Razvan. Beyond the doors, the sounds of the settlement of Ostadash fade away. The loud music and the fireworks of Rapi fading out into a more calm space. Stepping into the temple, you can see Apusand, much as you've seen before in your previous visits to Ostadash. A very colorful interior. It's full of artwork, tapestries hanging from the ceiling. There are flowers, petals all over the floor in various colors, and colorful rangoli paint the walls. People are lounging in here, and a smoke drifts up to the top of the room as various incenses and different types of tobacco mingle into a singular scent in the space. The devoted of the temple, those that could be considered priests and priestesses of the order, are not nearly as formal as any of the others. You can see them in loose-fitting clothing, of different colors, lounging around the space. There's all kinds of pillows laid out, and there are people painting. There are people practicing music. In the far side of the room, a statue of Minesh rises up about 15 feet or so, and her head, which has the bottom half is a face, the top half curls up in like these twisting bits up at the top. You see, as per the normal depictions, the back of her head is open and a flame has been lit in it that crackles and rises up into the air. Sections of the temple have damage to them from ancient times, pillars broken, cracks along the walls, that sort of thing. But you step into this calmer space as you turn and look at Razvan. He stands there 5'8", elven features on most of his face, the skin transforming into fur right at the neck, his ears on the side of his head, long and pointed but very cheetah-like, with the spots, mingling in with golden hair that goes... It's short and spiky, styled near the front, but then it transforms almost into a mane down his back. You can see now his hands, which are very much hands, but covered in fur, nails that turn into kind of like claw tips. A very strange sight. Nathrisa and Apusand, what are you doing?
Well, first, it's truly just a fascinating thing, and I don't mean to approach you like as a subject of curiosity, but seeing one as such as yourself is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, even for one such as myself. And I again mean no impropriety by being curious, but honestly, just your being here standing in front of me is subject to fascination, and I'm sure this is not the first time you've been told that.
No, I've gotten it many times before. Trust me. I'm very used to it by now.
I'm glad, and I apologize in advance.
No. If you're curious, of course, and he kind of looks between you and Nathrisa.
Yeah, Nathrisa's just kind of been like, mouth slightly agape, more a look of almost like worry a little bit at first, as she's just kind of staring, and her eyes are following like each like movement of his like ears to his face, and like really just watching his features very intimately.
Getting no response from you, he kind of continues on. Well, if you must know, my mother was a high elf, and my father was, well, like he holds up his hand and shows the cheetah fur on it. a wanderer out of the Mundama. They didn't think that this would happen, but, well, here we are.
Indeed, here we are. Thank you again for the other day. That was very much needed.
Right. Apusand's right. Sorry. Didn't even say thank you myself.
Oh, no, it's quite alright. I couldn't stand by and watch. Please understand, they are just afraid.
I believe me, I do understand it very well. I have quite a history with both sides of this conflict.
No matter how much the Djenah want to paint themselves as the victims, and they very much are, well, when an animal is cornered, it lashes out at anything that it perceives as a threat, and that is often the new, the unknown, or things that look like the things that have hurt them.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And it is a difficult lesson for one to learn, to let go of such prejudices. Even if it is one that has been taught. I dare say I've been around for much longer than many of them here, and I've seen and experienced it firsthand, some of the horrors of what has been done to us as a whole.
Oh, yes. Very much so. And he looks kind of down at the ground, sadly.
Oh, but no, this is not a time to be sad. We've had plenty of time for that. This is a celebration, anyways. And we are in a sacred place.
That we are. And you do, both of you, notice that you are, of course, getting several stares from the surrounding people leaving you alone. But in equal parts, people that are nearby will kind of stare at Nathrisa or at Razvan. More Nathrisa. Razvan they look at like an oddity, but a familiar one.
Yeah.
I
think as we're gathering, as we're gathering attention, I feel like Nathrisa is kind of just stepping more in line with Apusand and like just adjusting her hair, cover her ears again, and just go. Well, right, as lovely as it is to have your company,
we were called
this
here
is
for
not
a reason. No, go ahead.
Exactly. We were called. Listen, I don't want to get you mixed up in something. May come, just being around me is not the best idea right now.
Well, I mean, have you seen me?
Well, just recently, yes, actually.
I don't think that I need to be around you to draw ire from the people here. Trust me, in my life, I've found that it's actually rather easy.
With a hand on his shoulder, you will gain no such ire from anyone of my friends or myself. You can count on that.
Yeah, for that I thank you, then you're kinder than most. But then again, I suppose, looking at Nathrisa, that would make sense.
Indeed.
She kind of shrinks back a little bit, and she's right. How is it you have that notion about me, Razvan?
He kind of thinks for a moment as though attempting to put it into words. Well, I suppose for all of my life I've never really fit in one side or the other, either place that I was born a part of. In my younger years, I spent most of my time trying just to build myself to be like those around me, until I realized it would never work. I examined over and over the things that may be different from them and tried to change them. And so, having spent much of my life examining the differences between myself and each half of me, I suppose it's just easy to recognize the differences in other people. I don't know what you are, but I know that you're not really a high elf. Others may not see that, but I do.
She kind of, her face looks apprehensive now, as he says that. And she just, like, she takes a pause for herself, like, regaining her, decorum. Not to, like, make, weird faces at strangers.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll, say, well, it is pretty neat to be able to see things like that, I suppose.
I meant no offense, of course. I'm sorry that it came across that way.
No, it's quite all right. I really have no room to complain. It's just it's a bit of a revelation as of late. I haven't gotten quite used to it.
Then I'm sorry for opening an old wound.
Well, I'm nothing if wounded. We've been going through a
I'm
lot of battles the past few days.
Kind of mincing my words here. I feel like I'm making an ass out of myself. Maybe it's best that I go for now. He kind of like begins to recede a bit, looking shyer suddenly.
She'll be like, oh, there's like a pause of like, fuck. And she just like moves forward and gently grabs his arm and says, listen, I would love to talk more with you later if that's all right. I'm staying a little bit outside of the normal range. I'm with the, oh god, I forgot their tribe name.
The Quimodaith.
The Quimodaith, yes. And their tents on the outer ring. I could meet you there later.
Apusand, can I have you make an insight check? Since you're looking at the guy's face?
Absolutely. Have the advantage then?
Yes. Now, Theresa, you can make one as well. Not at advantage
right.
for you.
Rip. It's okay. Apusand has special feelers.
Special
oh no, that came out so bad.
Insight. No.
Oof. My insight is not great right now.
Yeah, now Theresa, you're really focused on like smoothing over whatever you just said. Apusand, though, with a 22, you see a little bit of blush creep across his cheeks, a little bit of fluster creep into his voice, and you kind of feel a little bit of maybe infatuation there.
There's a little bit of puppy love.
Yeah. He's... well, I I wouldn't mean to impose, but, I suppose if you wish, I could certainly come and find you, later, if that's what you want.
Yeah, just now is, not exactly a great time.
No, of course, it's a bad time, of course, definitely not in here, anyway.
I've got the smallest, but there's a smirk going on.
Yeah, she's like, well, with your help today, and yesterday, I can't really complain.
Well, you can count on me if you ever need help again. Razvan is at your service.
I think she looks satisfied with herself. She's like, oh, thank you. And she just, she'll give him a little head pat, because she's about the same height.
Yeah, the ears on the side of the head just kind of like twitch a bit. And it's like, well, on the high note then, I think that I will take my leave.
Good to see you.
And you.
But good to see you as well.
And he gives a bout that at first is it starts out as something Djenah, but then he like quickly adjusts and sweeps it into something more elven. For you, Nathrisa. Like he makes a decision somewhere in the middle. And so you can tell that he has in some ways been trained in high elven decorum.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think
Maybe a little sloppily.
I think she notices it, and then doesn't try to do like the utmost perfect. Tries to give a matching energy to encourage a little bit better, but not to show off kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll return the bow.
Sure. And then he will turn and head back towards the temple doors, and you can just softly hear like the little click, click, click of his claws across the stone floor as he leaves. At about the same time, you do hear somebody coming towards you. And so you turn in that direction and you see a familiar face from the meeting before, and the person who you were meant to meet. They're not heavily armored, but they do have that spear on their back. You can see that now the color has mostly been washed out of their feathers from when they performed before. But it is Priuli Vatikalsuris, the spotted eagle. And she steps up towards you, not super rigid, but she does kind of like stand at attention and give a head nod, clicking her beak a bit. I didn't realize that you made it.
Oh, we were taking our time. It's no rush.
Is this in common?
Yes, this would be in common, for your sake.
Okay. Okay, awesome. Yeah, she'll just be like, you don't sound terribly excited.
Well, the events of the past few days have not particularly been exciting. Adrenaline pumping, perhaps, but people are a little bit sore. Don't worry, we've already talked it over. Unlike some of my fellows, I hold no grudges toward you. You can't control what your kinsmen do.
It's very true.
You can actually see that on her shoulder, just beneath the armor, there is a cut there that is new. Not fresh, it's been bandaged, doctored, all of that, but it looks like it was a deep gash at one point.
Oh, I'd be reaching a hand out. May I help you with that?
The healers have already done what they could. The rest just needs to be handled naturally. And yeah, Apusand, looking at it, it's not like it's in any sort of pain. It's just it's closed much faster than it should have if the attack was like 2 days ago. The last healing is just, scar tissue that needs to...
It takes time.
Yeah, exactly.
You see that it has been very eventful.
Some excitement
I'm assuming that I'm assuming others were injured as well.
Yes, thankfully no real casualties on our side, although it remains to be seen if Janupri recovers fully. But we are hoping and praying, and we have our best healers surrounding her. I keep fucking that up.
Fair enough. They're hurt. Does that have to do with the attack that I heard about when I came back?
For the most part, they suffered no wounds from the assailants themselves, but in their haste, they look around. Perhaps it's best if we discuss this inside.
Right. Lead the way, if you will.
Yes, if you'd follow me. And they spin around and begin marching in another direction. As you follow, you pass by a bunch of people who are sitting amid piles of pillows smoking. You pass by somebody who's furiously painting. There's another Djenah figure. Looks like from the Luption, a cat of some sort that is posing naked with just a a silk draped over them, and this bird is painting them. You round a corner and stop in front of a hall where there are 2 guards that spread out of the way. The actual hall, the entrance to it, it looks like was collapsed slightly. Stone had been in front of it, but the stone has been cleared away. And what is it? The stone has been cleared away, and the hall is now accessible. She continues to lead you on down this hallway. And let me see. Let me get down to my descriptions. As I am High Shadow, we can't really talk to chat because we're in D&D. Here we go. Let me change the music. Hecky, what did I want for this one? Yeah. Let's do this. Okay, it's in Groovy. You can put this on a loop.
Okay.
So, as you begin to descend through this cavern, it twists and actually loops back around to, you assume, underneath the temple itself. There are bits of it that are collapsed that have been cleared out. You can see where the stone was removed very recently, actually. And eventually you hit a second doorway that looks like it was thick stone, about 5 feet of it in multiple layers or so, that has been sundered and cleared. And Apusand, you know that this resembles very much the vault doors that you've seen before, except now it is open. It looks like the stone has actually been destroyed and then cleared away. Don't mind the rubble. Be careful as you walk through. There may still be pieces.
Ah, yes. Reminds me of, oh goodness, how many decades back was it? I'll get to that later. We have things to do.
Yes, important things. Both of you need to see what's in here.
Right.
Oh. You have my attention.
As you continue to descend, the nature of the cavern transforms. Instead of hallways that are actually cut and decorated through the stone, it becomes much more natural of a cavern that winds its way down. It transforms actually from basalt, which is most of the stone of this area in the cenote, into more of a dripstone, this ruddy brownish red. The Priuli leads the way with a lantern that reflects light off of the smooth walls with a bit of a shine. Not wet per se, but the limestone of the cavern is smooth to a reflective point. As it twists...
I was curious if I could use a bit of my knowledge points for ancient Djenah architecture to see what else I could know about this path, this cavern, this chamber.
Sure. How many points would you like to spend?
Let's do 3.
Okay. 3 points. So, before the door was where the actual architecture was. And that is very much the architecture that you've come to expect from the ruins of Patal. especially around the settlement of Ostadosh in the ruins of Patal. You could date that at, now with your knowledge, probably around 1,500 years ago. As it transforms through here, there's not really much architecture. It's more like a natural cavern that the floor has been leveled out. What knowledge you would gain, it does seem to be very much created in haste.
Okay.
Because the Djenah, especially the ancient Djenah, have a deep history of artwork. And you'd assume that if they had any time to do the creation of this place, they would have decorated it greatly.
Okay. I wonder if anything my historical Djenah engineering would give me any more information to glean from.
Well, again, it's more of a natural cavern. It's
Okay,
not really
just like
engineered or architectured here.
Okay, just like the way that they the way that they just worked on it, put it together. Okay, but yeah.
Does it seem like it's similar to the build of where Belias was previously held?
Sort of, not really. So the vault that you found in Bestunal was in a natural cavern when you got to that section, but there was a great amount of construction. All of the work, all of the time and energy went into the crystal pods on the walls and that platform before the final vault of Belias. And that was very deeply architectured, but as was the point leading up to it, which was the halls of the Four Fallen. But you could probably draw some similarities in the fact that, like, the space where the crystal pods was like mostly natural, and that the pods were constructed onto it.
Right. Okay.
There's no significant crystal work here, though. It's nothing like you had those paths of light over the chasm back there. Nothing like that. There are occasionally crystals that have been kind of like staked into the wall long ago that rise in a glow as you pass and then fade as you go by. Eventually, up ahead though, Apusand, you do hear a little bit of noise, a couple of people talking, and the cavern seems to open up and brighten. And as you continue down the path and it levels out and widens, you enter instead into a large temple. Or sorry, not a large cavern. Natural again. There's stalagmites that rise up from the floor, stalactites that hang down from the ceiling, and there are divots in the floor where pools of water once rested. That had dripped in, except that now the cavern is entirely dry. Up above, amid the stalactites, there are crystals that hang down in like spiraling patterns that light the entire space with an orange-white glow. You can see that there are natural tunnels that lead off to the right and the left, and a smooth path through the rough floor that leads to kind of like a level section ahead. You can see people talking and moving in and out of the chambers, mostly the left one, but there are at least two standing and kind of like quietly talking by the hallway to the right. John Nupri steps to the side so that you can get a good view of the chamber. Welcome to the Vault of Minesh.
Oh my goodness, this is wonderful. Thank you. I'd love to see these ancient ruins.
Not much of ruins down here, really. It's just a cavern. I'm sorry.
Still, you know what I mean.
Of course. She looks at Netherisa, who was about to speak.
I think there's a bit of a precedence to get on to the serious matter first.
Yeah, and I just realized
a brief flash of
no, gone.
There's just this brief bit of like just childlike glee over Apusand's face to see something new to explore and learn from, and then yes, serious things.
And I just realized I've been completely messing up her voice, but no, it's okay. I'll switch it. Right. Well, it is this way then. If you would like to see where the attack occurred.
Yes.
Yes,
Don't worry,
absolutely.
Apusand. We will make time. I promise.
So where you are, the cavern ceiling is a bit low, but it sweeps up much, much higher as you continue down the flat portion of the path, and it brightens too as more crystals hang from the ceiling. You approach what appears to be an altar in a flattened out section, this big ring that has an ornate mandala carved onto the floor and filled with various colors of crystal. The altar itself curves up like a flower, and the front portion is open, where something would have rested inside, these stone petals curling around the rest of it. You can see, as you approach, the pedestal itself is empty, and flanked by two statues of Minesh in different poses. A magical flame burns in the back of her head, floating actually above, and just eternally crackling slightly. There's a little bit of blood spilled on the floor around here, and as you come out from around this large gathering of stalagmites to your left and right, you can see that there is a Djenah that is kind of arranging these two elven bodies carefully and cleaning the blood that was around them. And the priest goes, leave things the way that they were, please. We were going to let them examine. And they kind of say, oh, my apologies, and back off and go towards some of the others. Janupri gestures at the bodies.
What do we know? When was this attack again, so we can try to confirm what we have?
The evening before you returned.
I'd like to look over the faces of these two bodies that are here.
So you step up, and they are dark-robed. They have, it looks like, leather armor, gloves, hoods, which have been pulled back. And there isn't much blood or like weapon wounds on them. And what was it? Yeah, there isn't much blood or weapon wounds. It looks more like one of them, the neck is clearly snapped. They do have weapons on them. It looks like short swords. This is at a cursory glance. One of them is male, the other female. Long, dark hair, dark eyes. What would you like to discern from them?
I'd like to see if there's any tattoos that I can access without absolutely stripping.
The bracers could be removed, and you could access the arms. For one of them, there is a cut on the leg, and you could probably tear off their legging to get to their leg. Hands would be easy. You could take off the gloves, the shoes, and anything on their face would be accessible.
Yeah, I would like to investigate those areas to see if there's any, tattoos of allegiance kind, perhaps.
Curious if they had any notes on them, but I'll wait till you're done.
There are two bodies, so...
I can start with the other one.
Okay. So, who's starting with which? Netheresa, male or female?
I'll go female.
Okay. Then I'll have you make an investigation check for me. And Apusand, you may also make an investigation check.
I think I would like the guidance, if that is all right.
Certainly. Nathusa grabs her tits, you grab your ass, and you guidance yourselves.
Excellent. I'm like, oh, I feel wrong touching my body when I'm touching dead bodies, but
It's gotta be
Usually I
is
done.
just press my
awakening
hand.
something in me?
Usually I just press my hands together, but
My mind's telling me no, but my body, my, bo-
Mm.
Oh, thank
Mhm.
God.
my
Okay.
body is
13
telling
for
me,
me.
yeah.
13? Okay.
I'm always antsy about the setup here. Okay, 15.
And 15. With a 13, Nethrisa, you do not find any tattoos on them. Nothing discernible, at least, on the parts of the body that you can access. Apusand, you rummage through a bit, and you do not find any notes, but you do take interest in some of the pouches that are, like, at their hip. You pull out... Hold on, let me check my notes for this. Oh, actually, I'm incorrect. You do find one interesting-looking scrap of paper.
Oh.
Thick parchment rolled up and tied with a little red ribbon. And you pull out 2 vials of a clear and thick-looking liquid from this person's pouch.
Interesting. I'll need to see what I can discern from these. The liquids later. I'd like to show them first to the others here, saying this is what I found on the body so far.
Mhm.
Just for your information as well as this note.
Mhm.
And
Could I have Apusand and Nethrisa each make Arcana checks, and I will make one for the Priuli as well. You can continue speaking.
so then
Maybe
is
also touch titties.
guidanceable?
This is kind of passive for Apusand because he's speaking as he's saying this, but
Okay.
Nathrisa, if you would like to take a moment to give yourself guidance first.
17. Just that I've found these two vials.
Let me summon arcane knowledge from my tits real quick.
You can do that, and I will look at this note.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Another 13.
Another 13.
God damn it.
I first want to see if there's anything suspicious about the note itself, because I have this strange inkling in the back of my head that maybe they protected, so warded the note in some way.
Okay. So, firstly, with a 15, Apusand, you don't get the vials, but that's okay because the Priuli does. She says, well, that's what they were... Oh, fuck. That's what they were using then. They were invisible when they first launched their attack. I'd wager that those are invisibility potions.
Oh, well then.
And additionally, Apusand, you would recognize the sight of a spell scroll.
Excellent then, yes. Should take a closer look at this as well. Looks like we have a spell scroll on our hands.
Mm-hmm. You want to open that and see what it is?
I would like to, yes.
Okay. Opening up the spell scroll, you instantly are able to discern its contents because of your eye. Dun, dun, dun. This is a spell by the name of Displacement Bolt.
Oh.
It is a wizard, warlock, sorcerer spell. 3rd level conjuration. Let me get the thing. Oop, I think that's too far. Where was it? Ah, there you are. I am going to... plop it into visual references for you. because I have a spell card for this. Because this is from Mythmaker!
Take a look.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. There you go.
Visual references, excellent. Oh.
So, for the audience's sake, I will read this. It is a 3rd level conjuration, casting time of 1 action, range self in a 60-foot line, verbal somatic material, duration instant. You launch a line of volatile energy 60 feet long and 5 feet wide, briefly displacing creatures in the area. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw, suffering 4d6 force damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. Additionally, a creature that fails is teleported to a random space within 60 feet. On a failure of 5 or more, a creature lands in its new space prone. Casting the spell at 4th level or higher increases damage by 1d6 for each slot above 3rd.
Gears turning in my head are, oh my goodness, using this on a bridge would be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Effective, but my goodness.
Something about a bridge? What?
Oh, just this spell I found, the spell scroll. It's when an enemy is hit by this, it also teleports them 60 feet away in a random location. Imagine using this on a bridge. It would knock everyone off the bridge who failed.
That sounds terrible.
It does.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit fucked up. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just the one reading it here.
But wait,
just...
are you telling me that these were casters?
Either casters or leaning in that direction. They'd had the spell scroll, so this may have been a little bit beyond their preparation. I wonder... I would like to say if I could give these pouches a bit of a smell, see if I can smell any components that are typical in arcane casting.
Ah, good thinking. Perception at advantage then.
Be careful also. You don't want to snort something that you don't know what it is.
I'm not gonna put my nose
Yes, I know
in
this
the
component. It's cocaine!
Eyes dilate.
Hmm.
There's
Advantage
nothing here
on
for anyone
perception
else to
checks
see.
for the next 10 minutes.
I need this pouch for personal reasons. You would never no longer ask me anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. I have to gather the others for an intervention.
14.
14. You would be able to, with a 14, sense some common components. You can smell the telltale scent of bat guano, which is used in certain fire spells.
Fireball.
Mm-hmm. That one kind of rises above the rest, so...
Seems they are indeed casters, and they're prepared to use fire if need be.
I'm not terribly surprised.
Mm.
But did they? You make it sound like you didn't know.
They never got the chance. The fight would have been much more hard-pressed had it not been for the Moon Elves troops. They kind of appeared out of nowhere. But...
Imagine having multiple aliens. That sounds incredible and concerning.
They moved
Efficiency.
like cats, so graceful.
They tend to, from my experience.
I can just imagine like a moon elf like appearing like literally out of nowhere, just like from the shadows into the light, and then like twirls around with their like cloak fluttering around, and then they go up and grab someone's head and just snap their neck.
That's pretty much it, yeah. So, getting a closer examination of the bodies, you can tell that these two were killed mostly through bludgeoning and physical attacks. You'd imagine the monks.
Right. Like literally snapping their necks. Okay,
Mhm.
fun. Yeah, she'll look up at Apusand and be like, "You think it's that group? One that Calistari hired before? What was it called? Nerium?"
Well, I don't know if we know of any defining markings of them, but honestly, I wouldn't put it out of the realm possibility considering everything that he's associated with.
I know, but
Can I get both of you to make an intelligence check?
Absolutely. That'd be a big ol' 1 + 3.
Okay, pray for me,
Damn.
please. A 10.
A 10?
I'm so
With a
sorry.
10, I will give you this. You do know of a defining marking, but I'm not going to remind you what it was.
That's what I was looking for before. Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't see any tattoos on it. And I'm pretty sure it's in the same spot, but I don't know, my memory's a little bit spotty. Have I drank water today? I don't know. Oh
Do you
god,
need some water?
I
I
look,
have a water skin with me.
you know, I'm just gonna look away for just a moment. Just like give me like 5 seconds.
Head tilting a little
Kind
bit.
of, the Priuli kind of leans towards you, Apusand. She's not very used to war, is she?
No, but I think it gives her a good quality.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just, well, I hope that she handles the one that's upcoming fine.
Yeah, you're
With
like
With us at her side, we have better odds than if we were not there, I would say.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
not
take what
giving-
we help we
giving
can
guarantee.
get.
Oh, certainly.
Sorry about that. Well, so far I can't lie to either of you. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. I can't see any markings to somehow symbolize maybe who they're affiliated with or anything.
And that is helpful in itself. We were hoping that maybe you would know something more, but if you don't, and you say that they don't have any markings that you recognize, that's information.
Please allow me to check the female body as well, if that's all right. I know you've looked at it
Please?
yourself, Apusand.
Right, sure.
We can trade off bodies. That's a weird sentence. I apologize.
I know. You know what? I'm just gonna go check this one.
I did dream about that once.
I pause and I look.
Head tilt.
And I'm just like,
I also flew in it, like, through water, so that was weird.
so anyways, this body.
I'm just remembering the last traumatizing dream we had in those ruins before Asaset.
So he's just giving the "that's nice, honey"
Uh-huh.
kind of vibe.
Maybe I need some water.
Let's all just
Maybe it's
water
the air.
break.
So,
You know, maybe the air down here is doing
oh,
something.
it is very still. So you're gonna take a look at the female body. What are you attempting to discern in particular?
Well, I know Nathrisa was looking for distinguishing markings, and I wanted to see if I could find any other potential, again, notes, scrolls, or
Yeah,
of the pouches again.
Sure.
If anything else comes across my purview, as I do so.
Yeah, go ahead and make another investigation check for me.
And I would like to guidance myself on this if possible.
You may.
Excellent.
Oh, making
I'm
me
just
drink water?
questioning. Yes, it was a good timing.
Yeah.
Aha, that is a 23.
Ooh.
I wonder if Clearwall will work on clothes. Anyways, continue.
With a 23, you do not find any notes, but I am checking something. Ooh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, with that roll, so first of all, you'd find 2 more vials, which now that you know what you're looking for, you can identify these vials as lesser potions of invisibility.
Even more. They were well prepared.
You do find another spell scroll. This one for Wall of Glyphs, which I will have you make an Arcana check again, Apusand.
Okay. This is, I'm assuming, not with the guidance because it's kind of as we're looking at it.
Correct.
Maybe 20 plus. my Arcana, which is a nice number.
Indeed.
I've acknowledged it. It went down. That's a 14.
A 14? That's okay. Mostly what this is for is just, you take an interest in these two, spell scrolls because you haven't really heard of this magic before. It seems new. Perhaps newly developed spells.
Magic. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Wall of Glyphs is the spell that you find, and for everybody in chat, that is a 4th level abjuration, bard, warlock, and wizard. Casting time in action, concentration up to 10 minutes. Wall of glowing spectral glyphs rises from the ground at a point you choose within range. You can make the wall up to 50 feet long, 15 feet high, and 1 foot thick. The wall sheds bright light for 10 feet and dim light for an additional 10 feet. You can shape the wall in any way you choose, so long as it makes one continuous path along the ground. The wall lasts for the duration. If the wall cuts through a creature's space when it appears, the creature within the area is pushed to one side of the wall of your choice. The glyphs evolve with each passing moment, creating a magical ward that prevents creatures from passing through the wall unless they can decipher the glyphs. Any creature other than you that attempts to pass through the wall for the first time on a turn must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, the creature suffers 4d6 psychic damage and becomes stunned until the end of its next turn. On a successful save, the creature may pass safely through the wall for the remainder of the turn. A creature under the effects of comprehend languages or tongues automatically succeeds on the saving throw.
This is fascinating. It's all based on words. Words and glyphs and being able to read them. Oh, this is right up my alley.
I was going to say that sounds exactly perfect for you.
It does, doesn't it? And let everyone else know in the room, yes, this is a second spell scroll. And a spell that seems rather new, honestly.
There is one more item of interest on this person. Nearby them, laying here as though it was collected and put here after the fight, when the bodies were being arranged, is the hilt of a sword. Just the hilt. Ornately decorated.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god. Is it?
Nathrisa, can I have you make a history check, please?
Oh my fucking god, you gotta be No!
It's one of them. Oh my god.
Oh, you're fucking... Oh my god.
Cadre's
Sorry,
gonna
okay,
love
history,
this.
History.
Cadre, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Do you know what
why
this
does my
means?
history have to be bad?
I don't know what this spell is.
A 19!
No.
Oh my god.
The sword.
Whoa.
I guess
The
we'll
what?
find out.
With a
sword.
19, looking at the hilt of the sword, Nathrisa, being a noble yourself, you recognize a matafea, a magic blade.
To a blade singer?
The blade singers do use these. They are also often used by nobility who will enter into duels. It's kind of a tradition. When an argument gets out of hand, some nobles will challenge each other to a duel, and they will wield the matafea. And since it is based on the user's magic power, when invoked, often the stronger in magic wins, even though it is as much a battle of might as it is of magic.
These were noblemen. I'm not familiar with what family, but that or they stole them from them, which is even far more unlikely.
Yeah. And
These
you
were
do know
noble.
that the Ekatnar use them as well. Well, no, not the Ekatnar, I'm sorry, the Blade Singers use them as well.
Right.
So
Or at least Valoran
noble.
did.
Right. That's the only one I'm familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So noble assassins were sent in. Not assassins,
Possibly,
noble.
I mean,
Nobility?
the position.
Seems like a possibility, though. Nathrisa has more information than I do on that.
She's
It's
looking at
likely
you,
that
and Nathrisa questioningly.
It seems like that these people either came from nobility, which I think is predominantly the case, unfortunately, or possibly, their weapons were stolen from them, but that even poses a better question of why. The simplest option is to say that these were nobility, possibly part of the Blade Singers.
But why would nobility go out of their way to attack us? And what does this mean? Is this an actual attack from the Empire, then?
I wouldn't make that assumption.
I wouldn't either. Someone potentially who is, I would imagine, has nobility or noble connections, potentially acting on their own behalf, using the resources to their own personal bidding, is what I'm leaning towards. With the recent revelation, I have a guess. But even
Or
that
someone
seems
could
a
be
little
meaning
sloppy.
to stir the pot.
True, but that would be quite an expense just to start the pot, wouldn't you think?
Well, this opens a number of difficult questions, but I'm glad that I asked you to come examine.
I'm thankful you brought us along.
I'm sorry we don't know more. I'm not able to glean much from this. It's concerning, but I'm trying to wrap my head around who might want this.
I can't expect you to know everything, so that's okay.
She kind of nods.
We do what we can.
She munches on a snack. Oh, Kit Kat, my favorite.
Were they selling those at the upstairs?
I'm glad you can find humor in this dark time.
You didn't see them?
No,
it was right
I
outside the
came
temple.
straight here.
Named after the famous Kit. He was a cat.
Yes.
Kind of ironic.
Yes, the famous Kit from the Luke Dion. He was a kid and he made these bars of chocolate and wafer.
How recent was that? I may have met him at one point, depending on how recent that was.
Oh, really? It was only a century ago.
Oh my goodness, I could have met him!
A century?
Yes.
Never mind. I'm on
You
my
have
way.
any to
didn't
share.
expect you to know. You're a high elf. Of course you don't know our culture, but Kit Kat was very famous.
Oh god.
And
Making
just
me
like
feel like
that,
I'm
Kit
talking to
Kats
my
are
dad.
canon.
The fancy ones are called Kitty Catty.
Oh, you've
my
had
god, You both
those?
sound like my father. Jesus.
I did have one.
What? Look, I'm only 37, but it's a recent history.
Okay, maybe then I don't feel that young. Okay.
And here I am, 254.
Maybe I am that young.
About.
Really? You know, you don't look it.
Well, thank you. I think after the first century, it kind of just stays about the same until they were closer to the fifth.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know. Just don't work yourself too hard. You know what, I won't go there.
No worries. I think
There's
it's the
more for you
450,
to
the
see.
418.
Yeah.
Right, I figured that there was more than just these bodies that you wanted us here for.
Oh, no, of course.
Yeah,
There
at
is.
around 480, it all catches up to you.
So I don't know how you can get excited about this snack when we're literally looking at dead bodies.
Do you want some?
Have you seen
Yes,
how large I am? I like snacks.
She hands you a piece.
You're not
Or like-
yourself when you're hungry.
Oh, no, that's Snicker.
Oh god, there's a whole universe of branded candy.
Yeah.
And it's all Djenah.
Oh my god.
Each tribe has its own candy.
We
Oh,
don't
no.
talk about Snicker, it's from a rival tribe. So,
Some things can't be united.
she gestures with her wing at the room beyond, kind of moving away from the bodies. There's much more to see. This is mostly what we wanted to call you here for, Natrisa. Though there is a little bit more, but we'll get to that in a minute. But of course, we do know, looking at Apusand, we do know that you are an expert in Djenah history, and so we thought that you would be interested in the things that we found. And you saw it before as you had come into the chamber, but further behind the altar is a giant tapestry. It's massive, and it hangs down from the highest point of the ceiling. Let me see. Actually, let me pull up my description. Here we go. Yeah. So beyond the short stone altar, these hanging crystals cascade light down on an immense tapestry, which hangs from a series of large stalactites by way of cables. It flutters ever so slightly in the once still air, which has now been disturbed by the multitude of movements through the room, sending a shimmer down its colorful surface. The style is distinctly ancient Djenah, geometric figures depicted across a background of spiraling flowers and mandalas in a psychedelic array of colors. The scenes, however, and you can make them out mostly from where you're standing, are unfamiliar to you, Apusand.
It is beautiful and fascinating and historical, and I must spend time staring at it.
Well, you are welcome to examine it. I'll move on to the other things after that.
Do they seem irritated that we're, like, kind of taking our time with things, or...?
Make an insight check.
18.
They don't seem particularly irritated. They just seem to have an irritated voice.
Okay.
They're consistently very short.
Fair. Yeah, in that case, I'm just kind of watching behind Apusand, taking in the room, seeming like a kid in like a china shop that's not supposed to touch anything.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
Curiously observing.
Like, I want to start writing things down, like trying to sketch out what I'm seeing, and like tracing out. Okay, this is what this one might mean. This is the styling is definitely from the 1400 to 1600 year period ago. It's consistent with what we saw in the previous room.
As Apusand is mumbling to himself.
Cabling is wonderfully done. They managed to keep it exactly parallel to the surface of the floor.
I'm gonna go over to our guide and just kind of be like, while he's figuring things out, what exactly did you need me for?
As she finishes her snack. Yeah, I don't know anything about that either. But for you, mostly we wanted you to look at the bodies and see what you could tell us, but there is another thing for both of you, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't really know much about it, but I was told that both of you would need to look at it.
Okay.
The tapestry, or?
No, it's in the next room.
Oh.
But please take your time with the tapestry, which, Apusand, if you're moving closer and examining, there's more that I can describe here.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
All right. Let me make a quick... I'm gonna leave that playing for a second. Musical adjustment. See if I can find the thing that I'm looking for.
Sounds like you can tell by the fringes that it was designed by this maker or followed this style. You can see in the way of the bordering that it was done following this tribe's storied history of creating these tapestries. It was, even though I don't know the contents as of yet, this is an unfamiliar story, but the storytelling structure must be absolutely similar to ones I've seen back in the other islands. Must have been 120 years ago at this point.
And indeed, the style is very familiar to you because it is very much the style of the ancient Prequela that you're used to, the geometric kind of figures. You wouldn't recognize the artist in particular. You can go ahead and put on the music that I put in Groovy for you.
All right.
So, as you're looking at it, there are a series of scenes depicted across the cloth. from left to right, each woven across the surface of an intricate lotus-like mandala. The first is easily decipherable. There's a large series of detailed buildings, black and brown shapes trimmed in gold, sit in the fore, clearly depicting a great city. Atop some of these structures, abstract figures stand or walk between them on streets. Above it all lies you can imagine almost an Aztec style to it, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Above it all lies a singular symbol, one which you've found before. It is the sigil of Patal. Now, I will have you make a history check for me, please. Or you might be able to spend some certain knowledge if you think there's one that applies.
History check. Well, let's see here. I do have ancient architecture, probably not. Engineering, etiquette, and architecture. No. I don't believe I have anything that would be quite relevant in my specific knowledges, but I am more than willing to make a history check.
Okay, make a history check.
Will this be with potential guidance or no?
You can guide yourself, because this is over the course of like a minute.
Okay. $25.
Ooh. With a 25. Interesting point. Though the scene appears tranquil, you're disturbed by a single fact. Not so much disturbed as kind of curious about it. In most depictions of important cities, landmarks would be used, buildings that are large and easily recognizable. But Apusand, you've traveled the width and breadth of the Butib archipelago, through all of the ruins of Patal, its little offshoot cities, and here in Ostadosh, where the capital of Patal was. You've crawled through ancient ruins across all of the archipelago, and yet there is no building that you have found, no ruin that remotely resembles any of these. In style, perhaps, but in unique shape, none.
Well, that is fascinating. As you know, or may not know, depending. Sorry, Nafisa. The way that they depict cities on tapestry such as these, they usually have landmark cities, one that you would recognize by its shape, its stature, its color, its majesty in the surrounding area. But however, this depiction here, this city, this collection of buildings, this skyline, if you want to call it that, I have not seen anything like it here in all of Patal. I mean, you would imagine you would see potentially ruins of some kind that would match the general structure, the foundations of buildings like this if they were no longer standing, but it seems like a vanished, lost city that we're seeing in front of us here.
Of course. Munches on
Like
more.
a map.
You said with confidence, do you have a knowledge of this lost city that it is potentially displaying here?
What? No, you're the expert.
Okay, thank you.
With your passive insight, you can tell that she is barely listening to what you're saying. All this is over her head, and she's just humoring you.
Yeah. Like, thank you. For a moment, I was going to be a little startled if you had some incredible knowledge of ancient history that I hadn't even come across yet.
Oh, no. I'm just good with the spear.
Still good in its own right. You don't knock that.
Honestly, excellent. Yes.
I didn't become Priuli for nothing. Moving on. There are 5 scenes in total across this. The second scene immediately deviates from recognition, although you think you might be able to discern the meaning. 3 ziggurats dominate the image. A deep black one to the left, a bright silver one to the right, and a shining golden one above and center. Above the left ziggurat is an orb of black. Above the right one, an orb of silver. Standing tall atop the third is a figure robed in a multitude of colors. The depiction clearly uses the symbology of a woman, and she holds above her head a staff which emanates rays of power. you can make another history check if you would like.
Absolutely.
I would also like you to make a perception check.
Excellent. Let's do this. Let's do that as well. So let's do history first.
You can only
I'm assuming
guidance one
guidance-
of these.
Fair enough. I will guidance the perception check.
Okay.
So this is just history first. Make sure I have the right modifier. That's a 20.
Hmm.
Non-natural, so 13 plus 7.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And at the perception roll, whoa, has an 8. Even
8.
with
Oof.
guidance.
Okay, so nothing on the perception. But with the 20, clearly you can tell that the focus of this image is the woman. Judging from the robes and the rainbow of colors and her central position in the frame, one could assume that it was a woman of power, somebody of importance, perhaps a queen, a matriarch, or a religious leader of some sort.
Okay. And she is standing over the third ziggurat, which is...
The golden ziggurat, which is kind
golden.
of behind the other two, up a bit, and centered in the frame.
Wait, did you mention a rainbow of what?
Oh, there, on
Like-
the staff there that she's holding, correct?
No, the robes flowing
Oh.
off of her are like a rainbow of colors.
The robes. Gotcha.
I'm getting vague dream vibes.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Moving on to the third one.
Yes.
Okay. The third scene shifts quite suddenly to a much darker tone. The background, once greens and oranges and yellows, transforms into deep blues and purples. The top of one of the ziggurats is depicted again, closer. The black one, its orb now the center of focus. Beside this great orb of black, the rainbow-robed figure stands, uplifting her arms and staff to it. Swirling ribbons of gold and silver twist around the orb like a galaxy's arms, as though being devoured by it. And you can see now that the figure appears darker than the first depiction. The gold of their body giving away to a trim of black around the arms and creeping up the edges of the long robe. Can I have you make a perception check for me again?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Guidance or no?
No guidance, because this is for a chance of if you see it. You don't know that you're looking for it.
Perfect. That's going to be a...
Even guidance couldn't say that anyway. So, you
Oh,
don't
no, I
see...
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah. So that's what you see.
Alright.
Actually, can I? Nah, never mind.
Okay. The fourth scene continues the tone of the last. The figure now entirely dominates the scene, immense and menacing, depicted only in part from the torso up. She wraps her arms, now mostly black with a core of gold, around the city from the first image. Unlike before, the once colorful city now appears shrouded in shadow, a growing gloom, and figures are depicted fleeing from the encroaching, all-encompassing figure. Symbols seem to be writ near the figure's arms and eyes. Apusand.
Ooh, I want to read those.
Yeah, as you look at them, Two things. Can I have you make a language check? So with what's your score in Kraduran?
Cardinal, it is. Let's see here. Rank 2.
Rank 2. Then I'll have you roll a d20. Well, no, this is an ancient language. This is going to be you're allowed to add your proficiency intelligence, but this is at disadvantage.
Okay. You 20 KL1 plus proficiency of 4 plus intelligence, I believe you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so plus 7. Keep the lowest one.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have the syntax correct here. Rolling that. Whoa!
Ooh,
20 and
still a
18 for a 25.
Wow. All right. The symbols on the arms. I would also like you to make me a wisdom saving throw really quick. For a completely separate
boy.
reason.
Oh shit.
That is an 8.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna change the music.
Oh no!
Initiative roll. No, I'm kidding.
Watch me as I read forbidden texts.
Roll initiative as a pre attacks you.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba.
Read this sentence to die.
Yes, it's just power word kill, but in writing.
Oh my god.
Let me see. What is this? Oh no, that's way too creepy. Is this gonna be creepy? Probably. Yeah, that's way too creepy too. But you know what? I like this. Just creepy enough. There we go.
Alright.
Apusand, as you look at the symbols, you call upon the power of the mark over your eye to help you discern them, and your knowledge of Kraduran. And as you do, as you're looking at them, something happens that you're not quite expecting. There is a sudden sharp pain in your eye, and you flinch it closed for a moment, as it shocks through you like a headache that travels down the spine, shocking your nerves. And when you blink and you open your eyes again, you look back up at the symbols, and instead of just knowledge filtering into your head, what you start to get instead is whispers traveling around your mind, different languages, different words, and one cuts through over it. Actually, a couple voices overlapping. They say, binding chains. And you interpret that as the meaning of the rune, but your adrenaline suddenly shoots up high because this is completely unlike what you're used to happening with your mark.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, feeling the instant headache shooting from the eye down the spine, hearing whispers instead of getting just understanding by reading it, and the whispers are saying binding in chains and a multitude of languages and voices, many which I do not understand, but that comes through. Okay.
Mm-hmm. There's an echoing voice that lingers underneath that says roots, 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 roots.
Roots. Roots. It could be origins, could be a literal tree. Do I see a tree or anything in this, in any of the artwork here?
Nope. Another one, frantically whispers over the top, anchor.
Anchor. Ocean, sea, boat, anchor. Something that's grounding.
Yeah, all of those words begin to kind of echo over each other. Bindings, chains, anchor, roots.
Do I hear Apusand just mumbling to himself?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Apusand?
Chains,
I
anchors.
gently touch his shoulder. Are you finding something out in here?
Oh my goodness, yes I am.
What's going on?
Nethrisa touches you, and the voices all scatter in silence, almost like they recede away from her hand.
I would, in that instance, I'm trying to catch more of what the voices are saying, and not really paying attention to who is touching my shoulder. I would just, kind of take a step in the opposite direction, see if I can keep the whispers, because if there's knowledge of some sort coming here, I may not know exactly what is the origin, but something is
Mm-hmm.
There's something more going on.
So make an intelligence check for me.
All right.
And Nethrisa, he does pull away from your hand and kind of step away, lost in his own thoughts.
That is a 10.
10?
Are you in one of those modes again, Apusand?
Shh. They're speaking. I need to hear this.
They're speaking.
Yeah, the voices kind of slowly creep back in. And you got an 8 on your wisdom saving throw, right?
I did.
Okay, so they layer over each other, still the same thing like anchor roots, binding chains, that sort of thing. And there's another one under it. She approaches. She will find us. Us. Soon.
What the fuck?
Approaches, she will find us soon. Ooh.
Are you reading? Is there text up
Hmm.
there?
Are you okay?
Yes. No.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I don't know.
Yes.
You do
Do you
this
have that water?
Yeah.
I
No.
mean, sometimes this has happened once before. When
Shh.
the voices
Words.
thing?
This is important. I think. Shh, I need to hear. Focus. Need to concentrate. Who? Who approaches? Who will find? Who are you?
You hear. You hear.
I do.
At last.
Do I feel anything in my eye at all? Is it still?
All the voices combine into at last, and the symbol burns a little bit stronger.
One hand over the eye, just a little bit, kind of over the temple.
Is this a visible change?
It is not a visible change. No, you don't see anything different with the rune Nethrisa. Even if you're looking him in the face, you see him cover it and kind of like frown. When you cover the eye, Apusand, no longer looking at the symbol, all of the voices talking about anchors and bindings and chains vanish.
Oh, you open it right back up and look right back at the symbols.
They all come back.
What do you have to tell me? I do hear you.
Can I have you make a wisdom check for me? Check.
Okay, check.
Mm-hmm. No, we'll call it a wisdom save.
Okay, save is a little better.
Ooh,
That's a 19.
The voices begin to increase and overlap, kind of like rushing in over each other, to the point where auditorily you can't really understand them, but it's like for a moment you wrest knowledge back out of the eye. From what you can understand, the meaning of these symbols, it's symbolic chains of a sort. You can't tell if they are metaphorical chains, literal chains, or both something. It's meant to depict this entity, this woman, being bound or rooted somewhere.
Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh goodness.
What are you reading?
Exactly. I'm reading the symbols next to the woman. If you see the woman on the fourth depiction, the fourth artwork here, the city covered in shadow.
There's
coming
four.
from the figure. There's 5.
Oh, okay.
There's 5, I believe.
Mm-hmm. We haven't gotten to the 5th.
Oh, okay, got it.
And there's symbols there. It seems this is a symbolic binding of whatever woman that was. And people are fleeing from her as she's being bound.
As I'm looking at this, does the figure seem vaguely familiar to the one from my dream in which they turned into broken birds?
I won't make you roll for that. No, not at all.
Okay.
You've seen
All right.
those statues. You remember which one that was. This looks nothing like it.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, good idea.
What?
Off in
Sorry.
the distance, Aelin is like, good idea. Good idea.
Ayla's voice echoes through the halls.
She senses
Sorry.
secrets.
I was gonna ask if I could do something real quick for this scene with the voice.
I'm curious now.
At last, you can hear us.
Oh! I need me one of these.
Shit. That was good.
Ho 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 ho.
If we approach, she will find us soon.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I need this voice changer.
It's free.
Oh fuck.
I'll show you later.
Yes, please. So, Apusand.
Do I feel like I've gotten what I can learn from these symbols here, or it seems like more conversational, not just knowledge, not just gaining knowledge. I think I'm actually conversing with something.
The whispers continue, but if you look away, they become kind of nonsensical. Like they almost. Well, you can experiment with it.
Yeah, I want to see if I can ask a question again. If where is this anchor, the chains, the binding? Where is this located?
Make another wisdom saving throw.
That'd be another 8. Man.
Another 8.
Yeah.
The voices all begin to overlap loudly again. And all you can glean out of it is multiple voices, like, I mean, the chaos is... Not here, not here, not here.
Okay. So this may depict a location that isn't even in this area.
I mean, didn't you say that it was a lost map at some point?
I'm sorry, there's actually people talking. What was that?
Didn't you say that these tapestries were somewhat represented a lost city of kinds, like a lost map?
Either a city that is not familiar with this location, a city that doesn't seem to match anything that we've seen in this location, so it may actually be some other Djenah location that might not even be in this archipelago. But depending, that seems to be what this is pointing towards. It is certainly a Djenah location, but it may not be local to here. So why would the tapestry be hidden down here in the first place?
That
Wow.
seems
Is
very
that-
strange.
Perhaps the rest of the tapestry will give us some more hint.
Perhaps. Oh, I'm getting a conversation out of it, though. That is... on one half it's unsettling, but on the other half it is so insightful.
Mm-hmm. Apusand, you move to the final bit of the tapestry?
Yes. Yeah.
Moving on to the final scene. The final scene, you can see in the very background of the image a couple of repeated motifs from the first and fourth that represent the city. So you get the idea. There are commonalities between them, that some of these actually do represent landmarks, but none that you recognize.
Mm-hmm.
The final scene depicts a long, winding path and a line, a procession of figures walking away from it. And behind, the city, which has these symbols that look like they are closing over it. Marks that kind of look like stone. It is easy enough to tell when you look at it that this represents some sort of exodus.
Exodus, a leaving of a city. This may be related to the 15th tribe, potentially, maybe? Leaving a home, or the nomadic tribe?
I will have you make another history check.
Oh, there is something in my knowledge that is pointing to a tribe that has left a home. Let me make a history check. You said history check?
Mm-hmm.
26.
26. Going back through all of the images, there are commonalities between the Djenah art styles of all the tribes. However, keeping in mind that these were distinct nations, each of them had their own themes. This is definitely made by the Prequela, the ancient Prequela.
Okay.
You can be certain of that. The confusing bit is that in all of the history that you've uncovered so far, you have not heard of the Prequela making any sort of exodus. You haven't found any landmarks like these. However, with that roll, no, that's all.
Okay. So exodus from a city. This is Prequela in nature. But I don't remember reading any texts or hearing any discussion of any Prequela making any exodus from any city. A lost city, a lost exodus of people from a location that doesn't seem to match anything that I've seen myself or heard discussed in any circles or read in any texts. Are there islands here that have not been recently traversed to, or the locations that are on ancient maps that I haven't seen? I'm just mumbling all this out.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just watching and like kind of
fast.
glancing and just being like, this happens a lot.
Scholars.
It's impressive, honestly.
I mean,
Where is
really,
this
it kind of
history
is.
pointing to?
I don't really know what you're talking about. All of the islands
Now-
here we travel to at least once per decade.
I understand that, but these markings, these depictions of these cities, these landmarks, they don't match anything that I have been aware of this entire area. But the origin, the design is consistent with a Prequela tribe creating this. So it has to either be from here or from someone from the Prequela tribe traveling to another location, but that seems far-fetched at the moment. Are there any islands that could have gone missing? Is there...
What, do you think that
something
somebody
hidden?
just got rid of an entire island?
I don't know if that is something that we should take into consideration, but given the evidence that we have here in this tapestry, it almost seems like that is a potential outcome. Again, these ruins don't seem to line up with anything in the past, 500 years or so?
I don't know anything about this. Maybe you should talk to Caradwin about it.
Yes. Oh,
Right.
goodness. Yes. Yes. Very yes. Need to find Caradwin. Need to talk to her about this. There is some history here that is more ancient than me, more ancient than you, more ancient than...
Apusand, have you been able to take down any renditions of these, just in case we need just to, to review it again?
Quill is immediately brought into existence.
Oh, and I'd like to note, by the way, as you looked at the fifth scene, the voices that were translating the runes faded, and instead it started to be like tapestry, fabric, and like reading off the colors that you're looking at. You look down to start taking notes, and it goes paper, quill, ink.
That's new and exciting and awful and curious.
What is...
Either I'm saying many things out loud or something is saying them out loud to me. Although not out loud, but more like in my head.
Do you need to see a doctor?
No, I can do that myself, actually.
Are you feeling all right?
Oh, this is incredible, actually.
Well, you felt incredible the last time you stayed up for 18 hours reading a book.
Is my eye bleeding or anything? I can't quite tell. On this.
Oh.
I would like to do a medicine check on Apusand.
Okay. Now, Theresa, you may make a medicine check.
Or an insight, just to see, like, if this is normal crazy or, like, different crazy.
You can make both.
Okay, I will start.
Medicine check is for
insight.
physical. Insight would be for your other question.
Yeah, then for sure, insight. I don't know anything. Apusand is doing
fine.
great.
He's really smart. He'd tell you if he had a problem.
Yeah, he's got this. I'm like, yeah, you're in your element. What am I talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh yeah, should I still do the medicine check?
If you'd like, he did ask if his eye was bleeding.
That's true. It's totally bleeding, and I'm like, no, you're fine.
Nah, you're fine. You're great.
You're so
you're great,
good.
buddy.
You just have red tears. I mean, that's...
Also, can I guidance myself at least on the medicine?
Yes, you may.
Because, I find that...
Mm-hmm. 15.
A 15?
Yeah, with a 15, you kind of scoot up as he begins to sketch, and you don't get, like, up close and prod because he's busy, but you do get a good look at it. There doesn't seem to be anything physically wrong with his eye. The mark is there, same as always. No blood.
I have it.
A twitch every once in a while where it's like, the kind of, like, when your eyes get dry and you kind of, like, squeeze them shut, that sort of thing. He's doing that every once in a while, but could be some dust in his eye.
Yeah, I'll just be like, don't forget to blink. I know it's just so interesting to look at, but you must blink.
That's amateur stuff. That's amateur hour. I need to work. I need to draw this.
Oh my god. You do realize that we were called for 2 purposes, right? Apusand?
We did one and the second one, yes?
No, there was another
I
problem.
really have all day. It's fine.
I apologize. Maybe I don't. This is very intriguing.
No. Go on. This is your field.
I do have a quick question, though, if I can recall something. Did the whispering voices sound anything like the ones when I tried to use soul borrowing?
That was very recent? No, did not.
Okay. So I've got 2 classifications of whispers in my head. That's
The
good to know.
the quote-unquote whispers in your head when you use soul borrowing were more like screaming, as though it were a language that... It was like something or many things were trying to communicate very strongly with you, but don't understand what language is.
Okay. Like an angry grandmother in a different language, it seems like.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's so... No. That was screaming, this is whispering. 2 totally different things.
Mm-hmm.
That's another mumbling.
Apusand, if it helps, I mean, I can try to sketch down the first 2.
Yes, please do.
So you can take your time with those. Yeah, okay.
This fourth one is this fourth one is fascinating.
Trying to, make copies of these murals.
Mm-hmm.
It's like history speaking to me.
Yeah. Okay.
This
So
concerns me.
I'll have Apusand, if you can make a performance check at advantage to sketch these down.
That would be a 15.
15. Yeah, you get a decent sketch. It's not perfect. I mean, like the colors are left out because all you have is ink. Well, no, because your ink can be whatever color you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a perfect replica. You don't get the mandalas behind it, but all the important details. Yeah. All the important details are recorded.
Excellent.
Oh, what did I want? What just happened?
What happened?
A new follow. Thank you so much for the follow. We're focusing on the game at the moment, so can't really chat, but I was I am looking for particular music. Okay. Once you are finished with the sketch, what are you doing?
That's usually the main thing that we're focusing on at the moment is that the big tapestry and getting everything written down from that. I don't believe it would be too wise to spend too much more time staring at that fourth scene and the symbols within. But I would like to mention to the others what, at least some of what was happening there. So I
Okay.
turned to them. There, I think. How to phrase this?
You look
know when you.
Ooh, sorry. You turn and you look toward the Priuli first. And as your eye falls on her, there are a bunch of overlapping voices just throwing adjectives at you. And then you look at Natharisa, and they all hiss and shy away.
Curious.
What the fuck?
Very curious. So, you know when you think you have a voice, when you think to yourself, you have a voice in your head that you hear, correct? When you are just any thoughts you have come in a voice potentially. It's just your own voice in your head, right?
Not like I think you're thinking, but sure, let's go with this. I want to see where this is going.
Dang,
No, it's
unlocks new power.
oh, it's like when you're thinking of things you want to do for the day, you hear it in your voice, not just noises or concepts, correct?
I mean, sometimes it's like I'm narrating to myself.
Exactly, yes. And I look back at that fourth tapestry and the symbols within it and kind of point towards it. Something about this one and the symbols within, and something with my eye, and it's the origin of this marking over it. There is some connection. I'm getting additional voices now.
Like a magical effect.
Something like that, or
Is it possible
more like
the tapestry was enchanted with something?
it's possible, or it's unlocking something. It seemed to talk
You're
about
the
binding
wizard here.
anchor.
That's
Yes.
true.
Yes, and
Does
I
it
could
seem
certainly
like an enchanted tapestry?
give me a moment. I can find out, and I can
Do your thing.
I can cast.
This
where
poor
is
guy.
that? Identify as a ritual because it's not prepared.
Okay.
10 minutes on that.
You
11
take
minutes.
you take 11 minutes to prepare the ritual. And then once it is finished and all the pieces are set out, and the Prioli is just leaning on a stalagmite, saying, "Yes, so that's really like how we got chocolate in the tribes. I mean, it wasn't really that common over here, but I'm telling you, this Kit Kat, really good."
They were telling us about the history of fucking candy.
Yeah,
And the
they're-
Snickers.
I'm just being the polite, mom
don't
that
like
listens
them.
and
Oh,
is
yeah.
like, okay, all right.
There's also the Twix brothers. They don't like each other. They started the business and then they separated into the right and left side.
So, but
Oh.
Apusand, you finish the ritual and you walk up and you touch. You have to reach up. You're pretty tall though, to grab the fringes of the tapestry that hang down just this far. And you touch it. As the magic finishes, it is not enchanted. The tapestry is non-magical.
Well, this is most interesting. It is a non-enchanted tapestry. So then, whatever's happening is within it has to do with these Cardinal runes, symbols, language that is buried within the fourth depiction.
Apusand, where did you say you got that again?
Oh,
And
that
I point to the mark.
was around 100 years ago. That was where was that? I have it written down here. That was I believe in Enokar. Make sure I have that correct. Yes, Enokar.
Enokar, indeed.
Now with this, are these ruins look anything like I've seen in Enokar?
You look back at the tapestry, you can make a history check or an appropriate knowledge if you have it.
Okay, I
There's
think to Enokar, and I just
Ancient Djenah architecture?
I just pull this thought from my head. Like, does the scar around his eye look anything related to this the sigil of the Whisperer?
Shimanzi.
Of Shamazi the Whisperer?
Yeah.
Not directly, but that's an interesting thought.
Okay.
Because Shamazi the Whisperer was an Inokar. Ancient Djenah architecture, Apusand?
Yes.
How many points?
Let's do another 3. I'll use them. This feels very important to me.
Okay. The architectural style with 3 points, definitely different. The further south you move, and I believe that Inokar was, yes, in the southwest of the Salakoid. The further south that you move, the more that the architecture changes from that North Indian style that you see in the northern tribes to more of almost like well, I'll figure that out later. But it is distinctly different. The ruins that are depicted here, definitely Prequela style. Definitely Prequela. The similar styles are seen in Bestunal and Nahulsi. Although Bestunal is distinctly more like natural. You've seen those in person. Very, very different. Just some of the same motifs. If not Patal, then Nahulsi would probably be the closest, but you still think this leans toward Patal.
Okay. So even the style of these ruins must be Patal. I have inklings towards Nahulsi, but there's something here that's been hidden and missing for centuries, it seems.
Is it possible it's another missing ruin on the island, possibly? Enchanted by magic to be hidden from everyone?
Is what I'm leaning towards. That's what seems to make sense out of this confusion that I'm looking at. How to hide an entire city like that? So long, and for it to be expunged from records as well. Is there anything on the tapestry that points to a name of any kind?
Yes. The first image, if you recall, had above it the sigil of Patal.
Okay, so it does still just say Patal over it.
Mm-hmm.
But no city name that I could use on the what do you call it again? I have it here. The shifting record.
Nope, unless you want to use Patal.
Apusand.
I kind of actually do want to do something on Patal if there's any way to focus that on important cities in ancient Patal.
For the shifting record?
Yes.
So you invoke the spirit inside it? Apusand pulls out the book and places his hand on it, and there's the flickering blue energy, and just kind of like stepping out of the book and into existence is the wolf, who phases, flickers, and then is facing towards him. Apusand, how may I assist you today?
Yes. I need to know if there's any information or historical listings or records of cities in ancient Patal. Anything that involves 3 ziggurats. If there's any city that has that as an important piece of its architecture.
A city in the region of Patal that possesses 3 ziggurats as important architecture. This is your search?
Yes. That is the search.
I shall begin. And they like flicker and fade into just like this kind of glowing, fizzing ball of energy that occasionally wisps flit off of it. Can I have you... I believe I gave you the instructions of how to make that roll before?
Yes, let's see. DC dependent on the nature of information I seek, then roll a 20, adding 2 plus int.
Also, I pat the guide's arm, as I imagine they're probably freaking out just mildly.
I don't know anything about the magic shit. What is this?
Magic shit.
Magic book with a spectral fox that helps me find information on ancient history. It seems like it explains itself right away.
Apusand, you
Great,
do
I
realize
trust you.
apologize.
people,
I-
that don't know.
I apologize. I am very invested in this right now.
So, yeah, go ahead and make that roll.
20 plus int. It is a 3, so a total plus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Fingers crossed. Oh, that's a rough one. That's an 11.
11.
That's a bad roll.
So, it floats there for a moment, just kind of flickering energy off, and you can see like the stone, the first one that was in this book, flickering along with it, and then eventually the wolf phases back into view. Apusand, I apologize, but there is no information that I can find at this time.
None.
If you change the parameters of your search, perhaps I could do better.
Any ancient Djenah sister, any ancient Djenah city with 3 ziggurats, irrespective of physical location.
I will begin my search immediately. So you expend the second charge of this ability, and it returns to doing the same thing. Can I have you make your roll again?
All right. That'd be a 15 plus 5 to 20.
15 plus 5 to 20. The search is much shorter this time. And eventually, the wolf manifests again, looking a bit weaker and more translucent at this moment as energy has been expended from it. Apusand, I have found a memory that relates. Would you like to view it now?
Please. Please, yes. In the open so we can all see.
As you wish. And they begin to spread out into a blue light that expands through the space. You get a view of someone who is walking, just walking, through streets. It's bustling. You're looking out through their eyes, and so you can see people passing by. Let me get some information for this. Let me open my giant tome of wonders.
Magical knowledges.
I would just say my giant fucking notebook.
My thick lexicon.
Oh yeah, I'm whipping out the thick lexicon.
Not in public.
Ew.
I can't help myself. The people in the other room, are they watching porn? What the fuck is happening?
Words are hot.
Let me see. I need to double check where things are. Because I know which one this is.
I feel bad that we don't have Aelin and Cadra here as well. We're just...
I feel like they're gonna come soon, though. Because we've been investigating these tapestries for a minute.
And I think they were sent in here as well.
Yeah, after their...
Wait. Did I... write them on... Nope, that's not it. Where the fuck is mine?
While you're looking, maybe take a small break. I wish you could.
Yes, I'm gonna have to get some water anyway. So, small break, everybody. Small break.
Restroom for me.
I'll
be right back.
pause that music, and we'll just... put this back on for now. Sipital, Inokaran, Mahulasi, Kietar, Asaset, Yoga. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna need to pull this up. Blah 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 blah. There we go. Alright. I have the information that I need. I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break. BRB.
I have just returned. Banana. Oh, what is happening? No one is here to hear my pleas.
Oh,
Oh no.
I think Rex went to get water.
Yeah, I know.
You went to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Everyone left and I came back and immediately problems started happening.
What problems?
Oh god. The emotional scarring from this voice. No, I'm just kidding. I opened a tea and it fucking exploded.
You mean this voice?
Oh god, it's so much worse.
Actually, I can make it even worse. Are you ready?
What the
No.
fuck?
Wait.
I'm gonna turn on my demon voice in a minute.
Excuse me? Oh god, with this music, it's not even audible, but it's terrifying. Or not audible. Oh, fuck, what's it called? Comprehensive. Oh no. No, what did the entity say to me in my dream? Rejoin and rejoice.
Goodness, that's something to come back to.
I know, with this music.
Yeah.
In Celestial. Fuck off.
Okay, I'm normal.
It's okay. I've got voices
do
in
you
my
have
head.
do you have a voice mod that'll go like an angel choir with you? Fuck off.
I don't think so.
I
Hold
can
on.
do that.
Yeah, he can.
Beautiful.
His
Yes.
Mako's voice mod is way better than mine. Mine's just like a free couple of options.
Do you want to hear the evil voice I have available?
Ooh.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Whoa.
It's fucking Lord of the Rings shit. That's fucking sick. Also, I apologize if I have been acting weird this session. I'm not gonna lie, I had a little bit of an edible before we played, and it hit, and I was baked like a biscuit for like a good 2 hours.
Baked like a biscuit, huh?
So, the reason why I muted myself, aside from just not interrupting the role play, is because I was like, oh, I can't really participate, and I don't want to interrupt, and I also probably shouldn't be listening to it because it would be meta knowledge. So I just kind of have been working on the battle theme.
That's okay. I appreciate staying out of the mountain knowledge. That's fine. We split the party. I don't expect Kadri and Aelin to be interacting with the scene yet, so that's okay.
But it's going really well, and I'm really excited to show you guys later.
Heck yeah. So, if everyone is back from break, then we can continue on.
I'm here.
I'm good.
Okay. So, let me stop that, and we can go back to the music that we were doing before.
You missed my evil voice. You want to hear it?
Oh, God. Yeah, sure. Do it.
Rejoice and rejoice.
Oh my God.
Every sense around, your end is near.
Holy shit.
Well, I'll fucking see myself out. Bye, boys.
Just disconnect.
It's like I want to hear.
I'm done.
You're not locked in here with me. Whatever.
Call
I'm
an
not locked in here with you.
ambulance,
You're
call
locked
an
in here with
ambulance.
me.
But not for me.
Yeah. Okay. So,
sorry.
bring it back in. The scene spreads out, and you can see somebody walking the streets. And they're just kind of like interacting amid all of these ancient structures. You can see crystal work in these structures. It's very different than the style of Patal. Much more southern Djenah architecture, very distinctly. Different than any ruins that you've been through so far. And the whispers, which have been constant, you've kind of been muting them in the back of your mind, are whispering through your head. They're describing things that you look at. Some of them are giving you names. Like when you look at people, occasionally you hear a name whispered.
Even though there would be no possible way for me to have known the name on my own.
Correct. Maybe it's making them up. They sound like Djenah names, but can I have you make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Absolutely. Part of me wants to, like, if I hear a name of someone, like, just casually stop them on the street, like, oh, real quick, don't mind me, what's your name? And see if it matches up.
Oh, so remember, you're not in control. You're not like interacting with this memory. You were watching.
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry. That's right. That's what we're looking at. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Okay, wisdom save. There we go. For a moment, I forgot where we were. 21.
21. With that, as you're scanning over, like, you hear the names whispered, and you begin to scan over like the structures, and it like tells you what they are, like a bakery, that sort of thing. But then over it all, voices begin to layer in as you're looking at the scene as a whole, and they're whispering Lacham.
I have that spelled out.
Yeah, I believe that you have notes on this. It is the ruin on the Isle Lorelon, the one nearest the Terrador Peninsula. It is Laqam with a tilde Ham.
All right.
You have not been there. The southernmost ruin that you've been to is Ganazu. After which you headed up past Finiaglon and met the party. Before going to Asasad.
I don't seem to have that name in my notes. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not one that you've been to, so it's not in your original notes, but
Okay.
if you recall, you got all of the city names and their sigils when you were in Bestunal.
Ah, okay. Excellent.
It's one of the ones that you haven't been to.
Okay.
Is it the Walker of the Wheel, Keter?
You know what? I'm gonna have to check.
Yeah. Is it Laqaham?
Yes, and
Okay.
the second
Sorry.
A has the tilde there.
Yeah.
Doodle-doodle-doo,
It's under Turash.
Turash. Ah, yes. Cutter, Walker of the Wheel, is associated with Lacham.
Oh, but this is the voice in his head.
Yeah. That's the voice
Okay,
in
so
his
we're
head.
not hearing this in the memory.
No.
Okay.
That's the voice in his head. So, the memory doesn't actually, because it's in the physical. What did produce sound last time, didn't it? Yes. So you can hear like voices. It's all in Adrani, so I don't believe that Netherese speaks that.
I do not.
But it's simple interactions. It's them going to like buy bread, and then they have groceries on their arm. And as they're wandering the streets, you watch for about a minute of them just going through the streets, and then they glance up, and in the distance, there are 3 ziggurats. One big one, and then 2 small ones that are in view. You can't discern color because it's all blue, because you chose to view this out in the world.
Yep.
But they just glance at them. Yeah.
Okay.
And then look away and continue about their day. And the memory starts to fizzle and fade because it had finished what it was meant to show.
Right, so make sure I have the name correct here. It seemed to be Rune on the Isle Lorelin?
Yes. So, judging from your studies, you do know that Lacham is located on the Isle Lorelon, just to
Spelling
the
of that one?
west of the...
Spelling on that the island name?
Laure with an umlaut, Lon.
Thank you.
The city of Giranor of the Aetherian Empire is there.
Okay, Isle Lorelin, city of...
And here, I'm going to do you a favor and put into the rating room a link to the map of Salika. It should, at least for you, Apusand, you can go into the top right when you open it and click the box that says Djenah Ruins, and you should be able to see the labels for each of the ruins.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
If it doesn't work, tell me, I'll fix it later.
So Djenah Ruins. Oh, look at that. Yes, please. That's excellent.
That's cool.
So I do have those names. So Ganazu, I see that.
Yeah, I think as it fades, Netherese is just like, Apusand, was that the city from the tapestry?
I think it may have been.
You may give me an intelligence check at advantage.
Okay.
In the roles chat, you're typing in the waiting room.
Yep. I'm gonna cut that and put it in the right spot. There we go. 20.
20. Okay. The architecture of the city that you just witnessed, very different from that of Patal. Patal's architecture is still what is depicted, aside from the ziggurats. But you've seen ziggurats of one form or another in multiple cities. Like Ossaset had one.
But 3 of them.
3 of them, that might be a bit unique. But the rest of the city architecture doesn't match up with the depictions on the tapestry.
Darn. That seemed. It felt like we had a lead here, but then the rest of the architecture is entirely wrong. The three ziggurats were correct, but the rest of it was incorrect. So again, it seems.
I feel like there's more to this puzzle than what is given just by the tapestries.
I think so as well, but I want to know what cities have 3 ziggurats. That's a fairly unique.
Does the room
element.
seem that make it seem like there should be more tapestries at all, or does it seem like that's the complete depiction?
Yeah. So to be clear, this is one tapestry with 5 sections. It doesn't look like there was another tapestry in here.
Okay. My bad. I thought they were individual.
Nope.
Okay. I'm sure.
We need to run this by Aelin as well.
Perhaps, yeah. When we regather with the others, we can all convene and try to make sense of what this means.
Which, to be honest, after the time spent examining bodies and the identify ritual, all of that, you spent like 30 minutes down here, practically, and they only spent a couple of minutes in their vault. So I'd say right about now, Cadre, Aelin, you made your way through the city of Patal above, the settlement of Ostadosh, weaving your way through the streets. Eventually, Fuinanan broke off to go and speak to the rest of the troops, and you may have stopped for a snack or two, but eventually you reach the Vault of Minash, made your way down Cerdwin, leading you the whole way, and you would just now be emerging into this chamber, and you see the tapestry, the hanging crystals that light the space, stalagmites rising from the ground, stalactites hanging from the ceiling, and Apusand, Nathrisa, and the Priuli of the tribe standing there in discussion near the altar at the base of the tapestry.
Aelin kind of looks at the dead bodies as we walk by, but doesn't really comment much.
Oh, thank God you're both here.
Hello.
Apusand is in one of his mode.
Cadre, you sound very quiet.
That is odd because I have not adjusted my volume or anything.
You sound a little better now. I think you might have been leaning away.
That's interesting because I'm using a headset mic.
Oh.
Well, now it sounds real good.
Yeah.
I adjusted my mic.
Okay. All good?
I think so.
Yes.
But he seems to be onto something very interesting from this tapestry, by the way.
Okay.
What about you guys?
Aelin
Well,
some things?
yes. Oh, 1 second.
Yes, lots of interesting things down there. Things that are connected to Alunair, actually.
Isn't that a bit odd?
Actually, with the history of the Muses and connections to Alunair, it's actually not too far-fetched that Moon Elves will be here, and there's also ancient ruins of a Alunair temple beneath the lake, so I'm not surprised.
Okay, well, is there anything that could help in the war, perhaps?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, that's good news.
We'll have to talk about it some other time. It's nothing too pressing.
All right. Good news. Well, Apusand is absolutely enraptured in whatever he's discovering in tapestries. I can't read a damn thing.
Oh, well, I guess. Wait, don't we still have a translator with us?
They left you at they left you when you met
At
up
the
with
temple.
Keridwin and
Fuinanan.
Fuinanan because you no longer needed them. They were just for your travel through the city in case you needed them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well,
anything I could help with?
Oh goodness. I need assistance with ancient enchanted architecture. If we know anything about a ruins with three ziggurats somewhere here in Batal, it seems to match the architecture depicted in Batal locations, but no ruin, no location I've seen has this skyline depicted here in this tapestry. And I pointed the tapestry.
He says it's like a hidden city of some kind.
It has to be a hidden city. There's no other location that makes sense. It is a prequel style artwork of.
Yeah. Oh, go
Yes.
ahead. Sorry.
No prequel style artwork. The depictions match things of the era. The three ziggurats would be the defining, some of the defining landmarks, which is the main focus.
Well, we know of one city with a ziggurat.
This one depicts three, as you can see here, 1, 2, 3, point.
So are there 4 tapestries, or is this one?
It is one tapestry with 5 sections. 5 clearly distinct scenes on it.
So, Apusand, I reach into my bag of holding, and I pull out a stone, and on it you see 4 glowing runes. Which section would you want me to thoroughly investigate?
Fourth one.
The which one?
The fourth one. The fourth one has symbols here next to the depiction of the woman seems to be bound to this third ziggurat.
Ooh, by the way, Apusand, as you're looking at Aelin, can I have you make another wisdom saving throw?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
That's a 10.
10?
Jeez.
Okay. Lots of overlapping voices, like Moon Elves, Aelin, just kind of like describing, like throwing adjectives out about Aelin. As she pulls out the stone, it does like begin to whisper knowledge to you.
Sorry, I don't know why that made me laugh.
Blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I know that's Aelin. I know that's what she looks like. I know that's something regarding knowledge.
who are you talking to?
He's been doing that also. Like he'll look at some. He starts whispering about its features, and I checked. He seems fine though.
Interesting.
okay.
Just an
From my
additional voice in the
professional
head.
mental position.
A voice in the head.
An
Is that
additional one, yes. Somewhat. It's more like it's been given a voice.
Huh.
Several, actually.
I
More
would
than one.
like to look in my journals at the depictions of the city where we did actually see a pyramid.
Ostadosh, then?
Yes.
Okay.
One with the
yeah, you took some pretty good art.
mausoleum. Yeah. I
Mm.
drew some quite.
Yeah, go ahead and let's just make because of the quality of the sketches, let's make it an investigation at advantage.
All right.
And Aelin, are you holding off on the rune for a moment?
Yeah, I haven't touched it yet because this one is a control reveal hidden knowledge.
Ooh.
So
Oh.
This is my bigger one, which has 4 instead of 3, and if I do utilize it, it might give me knowledge about the whole tapestry, or it might be one section, which is why I wanted to ask which section. But regarding this 4th section, what do you want to know about it in particular? It's the location of the city, or just more about this figure looming in the background, the runes?
17 on investigation.
17. Cadre, with your investigation, comparing the sketches to this, certainly looking at the ziggurats, there are definite similarities, but definite differences as well. It looks like, maybe ziggurats are a common theme in Djenah architecture. As for the rest of the architecture, the depictions that you took of that, very different.
Apusand, are ziggurats a common architectural structure for Djenah cities?
To a degree, yes, but it's less frequent to have multiple, I would say. I think I have my knowledge right on that.
Yeah, it would be 2 perhaps. 3 uncommon, if not rare, because a ziggurat is frequently going to be constructed as an important temple. Like you saw the temple of Alunair in Ossaset, Alunair / Hasash, the Temple of the Moon. You've seen in Nahulsi, you know that there is a ziggurat there that was almost like a castle. It would be where the matron of the time, back when it was a city, would reside and take court.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of tapestries will have a metal rod at the top and at the bottom to hold it that is sewn into the tapestry when it's made. Does this have one?
Let me see. It has one on the top, and that is what the the cables that are holding it up are attached to. But down at the bottom, it has tassels, and it looks like there are weights inside of it, but not an actual rod.
But so there'd be metal weights in those things?
Yeah.
I would like to examine the metal weights, basically doing smithing to do a metallurgical analysis to determine where that metal would have come from.
Okay.
Based on impurities that are in the metal.
For the sake of keeping things straight, Apusand, how tall are you again?
Let's see here. 7'7".
7'7". Cadre is 6 feet, I believe.
6'2".
Okay. You would need a tiny bit of a boost, Cadre, because Apusand was barely able to reach the bottom of this thing.
Movable rod.
I could lift you.
Or Cadre could show off.
I'm fine with the move.
I
mean, it's not really showing off. It's toss up rod, lock in place, jump up to
What-
rod.
What
Balancing
knowledge?
on a tiny rod is kind of showing up.
Okay.
What specific knowledge do you want me to gain from this Apusand?
Oh, if we could figure out the location of these 3 ziggurats specifically, even if it's just akin to coordinates on a map, that would be the world right now.
I would like to declare my intention of what I was going to do so that everyone else in the party knows.
Okay, so everybody knows what Cadre is doing.
Okay.
I will get to that after I let Aelin do her thing, because she's been trying to do it for a bit.
Yep.
So this is going to tell me the history about the tapestry. So it might tell me what this depicts, but it's not going to inform me of where on the map this is going to be. You understand?
And,
Yes.
the runes that are writing, it might tell me the reasons or the reason behind the runes or why they were made, but, it's not going to tell me who made them or other details outside of their intent for this tapestry. So these knowledge runes are going to be quite specific to this tapestry and its creation and history.
Sure, that will give us something. I believe it will give us something that we don't know already.
So are we wanting to know the name of the city? Or are you wanting to know about the runes or the figure?
Look to everyone. I've been stumped on this, trying to find the location of this. Any
I think
other
the
thoughts?
location-
Caradwin's standing there, just kind of like head tilted looking at you. And she
Caradwin.
shrugs.
Oh,
I don't
you
know,
don't?
I'm fascinated by what you've been saying.
Yes, yes. Any ancient ruins, Patal, ancient cities, lost to time, 3 ziggurats, Patal. Does
Lost to
any of that,
time?
as far as I can tell, there's no location here in Patal that seems to match the physical description of the skyline painted here on the tapestry. And 3 ziggurats.
Can I have you make an insight check?
Would this be with advantage looking at Caradwin?
Mm.
Or just overall?
With advantage.
Okay.
And can I make an investigation check?
They're definitely just asking a question to be
You may make an investigation check, Aelin. Are you going up and using the rune? Or what are you investigating?
Sorry, finish Apusand.
Okay.
21.
21?
21.
There's kind of like a series of looks that cross her face at that mention, like confusion, the sudden striking of a memory, sorrow, or like a pang of loss of some kind, and then a decision on her face, as though like it's not important to this. And she shakes her head. And nothing that would help here.
If you're certain, if you're certain.
I'm fairly certain. It would just... The only thing I can think of would just be another distraction.
Because everything I'm seeing here, I mean, I did get one piece of information that pointed to 3 ziggurats in where near Ganazu, city of Giranor, ruins on the Isle Laurelon.
Oh, Laham.
Yes.
Well, actually, they had 5.
Oh, well, then that changes everything, then. I'm looking for one that has 3, but 5, actually. I want to go there. Another time, though, another time.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know. I mean, I've been born again for a long time, but I haven't existed forever. So, maybe even before my time? I haven't been everywhere either. Remember that I was born in the time of the war.
That's true. That's true. This is just such a fascination.
Was there anything else in these ruins that we want to look at before I utilize the rune on the tapestry?
I mean, there's more for you to see down here.
Perhaps we look at other things before we focus solely on this.
Would it be alright if I still took a look at the weight?
Yeah, with the time that they've been discussing, I'm gonna have you go ahead and make your smithing check.
Oh, okay.
I'll look at Aelin and
Not
just
even
go,
gonna make me roll. Alright.
Yeah,
Considering I'm examining it closely, can I use the glasses?
Yeah, certainly. that'd be fine with the amount of time that they've been discussing.
Yeah, Aelin, I think it's about time we pulled Apusand away from this. As lovely as I find his
Is that?
intricate mind, I feel like...
Oh no, that gives me expertise.
I don't know, he's whispering to himself.
Yeah, that would be 12.
Mm.
Okay. Wow. Okay, but 19.
19. 19 is still good. And good enough to determine that the metals used in these weights are not exotic. They are from the local region. An iron alloy.
The metal from this tapestry is from here. The local area.
Fascinating, isn't it? If it was local, if this is a prequel, styled artwork on the tapestry, that would imply doubly so now that with that information you provided that this was based around here. But nothing lines up with it.
Well, did you know about the temple that lies under the lake? Things could have been destroyed before you had a chance to look at it.
Oh. I mean,
I point at the last picture.
it's like I wonder if anyone's been there in quite some time.
Is there any topographical depictions in the? Is it just like 3 ziggurats, or is there like actual like background landscape behind it?
No landscape, no. The depictions are symbolic. Think like Aztec carvings almost. Like geometric figures. It wouldn't have you wouldn't be able to get details of a face or anything like that. There's no scenery, but like you can get the recognizable shape of a building, symbology into it, that sort of thing.
Perhaps we should look at other things before we...
Right, before we jump to conclusions with this one.
Yes. Let's see what else you wanted to show us, and then we could perhaps come back to this.
I understand that this is not the only thing we need to see. This is the first thing that's caused the knowledge in my head to become verbal in my head, so there's reason why I'm somewhat fascinated by it, but
I'm concerned by what you're saying.
Aelin looks
Yeah, it's not something...
too.
He's just very passionate about his work, right, Apusand?
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the excitement is just a bit much right now.
Oh, no. I mean, this...
I give Apusand a look like, shut up, I'm trying to save you in this.
Just tapping on the eye, I am so already lost in just explaining things and whatnot. Like, this was taken care of decades, a century ago, at least. At this point, I believe. This is heartless. Fairly sure.
So, what else was there?
Well, if you come this way now.
Yes.
Yeah, and they begin to lead you down the hall. Now, I'm just trying to find... My description is not where I thought I put it. God damn it.
Because I also don't want to use the moon rune here, because this next place might hold something that I could utilize it too.
Although if we could get a location from that would be fucking amazing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you begin heading into the next chamber. We are about to wrap up soon, but let me see here. Is this what I want? Yeah, I think this will be cool. And we'll just do. Sorry. Prepping music on two sides. I have to control two different fucking sources. See if I have this downloaded already. Yes.
Ah! Almost from my phone.
Okay. I'm putting this in Groovy for you. There you go. So, you continue down the hall, away from the tapestry. The light fades behind you, and here the hall becomes slightly more worked. Spiraling crystal fills the space in like this web, almost like helixed through the walls. The tunnel was clearly natural at one point, but it has been smoothed down into a circle with a flat walking space. And it twists through the natural curves. The crystal on the wall lighting as you pass by, so that the space around you is always lit in a soft blue light. You emerge into another larger chamber, and from the ceiling there hang a number of crystals. The ceiling is smooth, the walls as well, one side curved and the other one flat. At the far end of the chamber, you can see a doorway, but your attention first is drawn to the wall, where these dangling crystal lanterns from the ceiling that look almost like gigantic blue droplets of water rise in their glow, filling the space with light. As you round the corner and you look at this, I believe you've seen, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that you've seen this site before. Nathrisa, it's very recognizable to you.
Uh-huh.
You turn and you look at the carvings on the wall, and you see in the center, depicted front and center, is a vague humanoid figure surrounded by a halo that is inlaid with a yellow crystal. Across their otherwise featureless body, wrap tattoos, many of which are a little bit worn just from the time, but they're inlaid with crystal, and each of these 16 tattoos
Oh my fucking god.
is one of the espers. Rays of what you think are light punctuate outward to the edges, and above each of these, let's see. Wait, let me double check. No, there are 15 rays, that's right. There are 15 rays that furl outward, each of them containing a symbol of one of the 15 Djenah nations. You've written them all down, and so you can recognize them one by one. Asasad, Bestinol, Nahulzi, Patal, and beyond it, where the ray punctuates another symbol, the symbol of each esper. On the forehead of the figure is the 16th symbol. Now, Theresa, as you glance at this, a shiver goes down your spine as you are instantly reminded once again of the dream and your mother's words, which I don't know how to close that. They echo in the back of your mind. The throne is empty. The city weeps. The slumber is unbroken. From 1 came 8. From 4, 16. From 16 shall come 1. The heir of light and progress shall rise. To the left of the image of this mural is a piece of this puzzle that I'm not sure if you've seen before and may have been in the last mural that you saw. There's a depiction of an empty throne, shattered. Nathrisa, as the weight of this moment sinks in, were you about to say something?
No, I think Nathrisa is just trying to absorb this for a minute, and I think she just kind of takes in a deep breath and is now wary of her surroundings.
Nathrisa looks at it, it's like, holy crap! No.
Just like, where am I?
Being so wary of your surroundings, you turn and you look towards the door on the other side of the room. It is ornately decorated in a deep blue crystal, which seems to seal it shut. The crystal, woven together across the door's frame, depicts a large sigil. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Here it is!
Oh my
The
god.
Esper!
The sake of chat, we got the full one of this, I believe. Is it in visual references?
Let's see.
Which one is this? Is this
This
Famfrit?
is Famfrit, the darkening cloud.
Ooh.
I think it's in visual reference.
Yeah, I have the half symbol, but did we ever make the full one?
Well, I made a couple. I think I made all of them.
Yeah, I can't find the others. I can only find the complete... Oh, you must have sent them to me directly. Do you still have the versions that you made?
I don't think so.
Damn it.
Let's see.
I think at one point before we had the diversity of sections in the server, we had it in the general chat, which is where you were sending the complete versions.
Maybe. I was trying to consolidate them into visual references. Let me... I'm just gonna look in one more place, and then I'm gonna give up and just show the half version. Nope.
I'm trying to look to see if I have them stored.
Okay. Well, for the benefit of everybody at home, here's half of the symbol. It's mirrored over. That covers the door. You look at it, Nathrisa, and your heart sinks a little bit with the weight of responsibility. But before we go any further with that, Apusand, your eye has been whispering to you this whole time, just descriptions, adjectives, kind of overlapping stuff, as you wander through the tunnel. But as you emerged into this room, I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Need to put that eye away.
Close your eyeball.
It tells me many things.
God damn it,
Close
put
your
that eye
eyes.
back where you found it, or so help me.
It's attached to my face.
Fair enough.
It's attached to my face.
That's a 13.
Dude,
13.
your wisdom saves.
Apparently, I'm wanting this. Whatever's happening.
Apusand,
Oh,
as you
boy.
walk into the room, it's like hitting a wall of pressure that just rolls over you, and suddenly the voices get louder, more multitudinous, overlapping each other. Your balance is thrown off. You stagger a bit, and your eye, you squeeze it shut as it begins to burn like fire, the mark over it. Your vision goes blurry. Voices creeping into the edges of your mind, overlapping in discordant whispers. Over it all, one singular voice, though. Something is here. Unveil, unmask. As you
Let's do it.
pull... Go on.
I was gonna say I'm probably on one knee at this point, just kind of trying to keep balance. One
Mhm.
hand over the eye.
Yeah, the Prelude stops and is like, actually, you don't hear anything. It's like suddenly water has flooded your ears, and so you just hear kind of like the... And you vaguely feel a hand on your shoulder as your vision suddenly, like you pull your hand away and it resolves with a weird kind of clarity. It's like somebody has shoved a lens over your left eye, and you squint, trying to compensate for the strange shift in your depth perception. You look around blearily until your eyes fall on the door. Because where everything else is like out of focus and your depth perception is thrown off, you're seeing double, you see singularly, right in front of the door, a figure.
A figure in front of the door.
Across the sigil of blue crystal, the mark of Famfrit, the darkening cloud, there is a hand tracing slowly. The black glove, trimmed in rich ruby reds, is attached to a figure clad entirely in black. A dark cloak drapes to the feet over a suit of black felt and velvet with metallic red and copper accents. And as you watch, stunned, the figure that only you can see, there's a pause. The hand stops. The head slowly turns. Beneath the black hood, you see an onyx mask woven with copper and red metal. There's a breath's space before they speak. Of course. How could I be so careless? You're marked by a fragment, cursed to see through the shadows of the world. No sense in hiding any longer. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
What the fuck just happened? Fuck.
We didn't think I was cursed, or maybe this is beyond the cursed spelling object. Something's...
That was fun. So?
Apusand
What?
has true sight.
So we look
I've got
into
headache
this
sight.
room. We look into this room, and then was like, "Oh, interesting. Okay, I guess we can go back to the tapestry now, right, guys?"
You don't see the person with the onyx mask and the red and the black cloak creasing symbols over the door to Famfrit? Like, you don't see that. I see that very clearly.
Yeah. So, and none of this has happened yet. Although, like,
Nope.
you know, you guys see the door, you guys see the mural, and then you see Apusand on his knees, essentially, like, staring in confusion at the door. But that's all anybody else sees.
Yeah.
Oh,
Didn't I walk up
okay.
to the door?
No,
I
you
finally
were
found
at the
it.
mural, you turned towards the door to look at it, and you could see, like, the sigil of Famfred
I finally
overlaying
found
it.
It was in general.
This is wonderful. I've heard screaming voices, I've heard whispering voices, now I get to see things as well.
So if you jump to there, and then scroll down, there is that one and the others.
Let me see. Ah, yes. Okay, let me save all of these before I forget.
Hmm There
Was
should
it?
have been in visual references. I think there was more,
There were, yes.
which I guess you already grabbed those.
Yeah, so there's 2 in visual references that are complete.
More and more secrets.
Yeah.
Secret tunnels.
It's okay, the voices in my head are helping me.
So yeah, that was great, y'all.
Yeah, there was a Shamanzi and another one that looks like an Illithid.
Mm-hmm. You don't know what an illithid is, though.
I know.
Before we all check out, do you mind if I show you guys the battle theme?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I'm down.
I'm gonna turn the volume down so that I don't blow everyone.
I definitely got some time because I'm fucking hype right now and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep.
I'm over here like, I'm wide awake.
Let me know if it's too loud.
Okay. Let me, really quick, let me turn off the music. There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Good to go.
How's that volume wise?
A little bit quiet, actually.
Oh, okay.
You sound like really far away. That should
That's
be good, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really cool.
Yeah. Overall, I enjoy it. I think in certain portions there may be a little bit too much going on, and I'd say transition from what I call it, section 2 to 3, where all that.
Yeah, I think there was a bunch of instruments added, and a completely different. Like it went almost to like a.
It confused me for a moment. Like I thought that another song was overlaying the song for a moment.
I think I know which section you're talking about.
Almost to like an Arabian music.
Yeah, that. It's the transition is very sudden, and it throws me a bit. Might need to.
do Apusand's theme there.
Yeah. But it's like, you know, it feels like a different song slapped over the top of the song. So, maybe a smoother transition from that section, and maybe remove some of the underlying elements so that it doesn't sound like, you know, there's two things playing at once.
Was the end bit okay?
Yeah, the end bit was good. I think it's hard to pinpoint it. I think like there's like tambourines in one section, over the top, or cymbals, that sounded a little bit much. But like just removing that instrument would be enough to fix it.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me try replaying after I removed it.
Okay.
I think I might get myself to bed.
Okay.
I did like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try it again because I left
Mhm.
some in by accident.
Mhm.
If that's okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh yeah, I like that much better.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the flute. Oh, so
Oh
tasty.
yeah, tasty flute.
Tasty
You know what's really
flute.
cool?
So that's what the kids are calling it these days.
Oh.
So literally all four, well, except for Nithrisa. I haven't done Nithrisa's theme yet. Well, Nithrisa's component of that theme, but the right here, at that moment, all of the or everyone except for Nithrisa's theme, because I haven't composed that out yet, are they are playing variations of the main theme on their instruments.
Yes.
You hear that? Da, 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 da. I can actually play each component if you want to hear them.
Yeah, I'm looking for somebody to raid out to because about to end stream.
Fair.
I think I will call it a night though for myself though. It's late
Good
and
night,
tired.
Apusand.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much.
Ton of fun. I'll see you all next week.
Absolutely.
See you next week.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh my god.
See
Gonna
you
be a
next
nightmare.
week.
Oh my
Ew.
goodness. Thank you, Tiny Aelin.
Oh, please do an uwu. Ah! Okay, it was kind of cute. Not gonna lie. You know what else was cute as fuck, and I had to stop myself from doing a squee. The whole like little bloosh bloosh. Oh, okay. I'll see you later.
It was that
Yes.
from.
Was it Razvan?
Oh yeah.
Bino. Oh.
Lush.
Senpai noticed me?
Senpai noticed me.
Yeah.
Oh no! I'm not gonna be able to get that out of my head.
Slev. Hey, Slev. Hey, everybody. I hope that you have enjoyed the session as much as I have. Lore dump. Uwu.
I can show you the bit if you want.
Sure.
All right. First up is the flute. And then here we go. This is the French horn. And then the violin.
Ooh. Wait, when did we get to... Yeah. Sorry, pause on that cadre. It sounds great, I love it. But Slev... 2 people donated $100 today! We're at 61%! Holy shit. Also, Rilaku hit the $200 reward. For they get to control the commission once we hit 1,200. So that's cool. Thank you again to both of you who donated. Thank you, Rilaku, and thank you, Cozy Bunny. Y'all are amazing. Also, we are at 299 followers. Find me another one.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I know, right?
right. On Twitch. Nice.
It's super cool. Super cool. Yeah, I'm hella excited. I'm going to go ahead and lead into the outro. So, everybody listening from home, thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in, even if you were just lurking and listening. I mean, you know, that's the best way to listen to D&D anyway. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your continued support. Y'all are amazing. Holy shiz. Oh, this is a rerun. Oh. Well, we're not going to raid them then, because they're doing a rerun. We'll do this. Anyway, right. So, everybody, thank you again so much for your continued support. I love each and every one of you. You make this channel possible. We are 61% of the way to our $1,200 goal. Don't forget that if we hit that $1,200, then we're going to be doing a 24-hour maid stream, 12-hour bikini stream, and a commission of Rex, which now Rilaku gets to control that commission. Since they hit the $200 goal. Fantastic. During the week, we have donation rewards for donations. Additionally, more merch is on the way related to Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, so do please keep a lookout for that. Thank you for the follow, Grayly Rain. Oh my god. Hey, you're number 300. Woo! I wish I had confetti that I could go or whatever with. Yay!
Yay, we got 300.
Oh my god. Fuck yeah! Welcome, Grayly. Yeah, yes, Gray. Oh my
Just put
god.
up a still image of a firework or something.
Yeah, quick, let me find one. I've already started the raid, so I can't go out and find it. But holy shit, thank you for 300. I'll find out something to do in celebration. Don't forget to join the Discord to be a part of that. Check out the merch. Thank you, Gray. Oh my god. Merch. Discord.
Post.
And Grayly, I do hope that we get to see you on future streams. Yeah, that's about it. We'll be taking tomorrow off, but we'll be back on Monday night. Probably taking tomorrow off. I might end up streaming at some point. We'll see. But I love you all. Mwah. Until next time, keep grinning, gamers.
Until next time.